The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 16, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Donald Norcross to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, bless us with your abundance this day. All that we seek, may we receive. Then may we see that you alone have provided for us. We dedicate the work of our hands and our minds to your purpose. Allow us all that we need, for in you we have the plenitude of your abundant grace. When we are uncertain that we have enough time, energy, or information to carry out our responsibilities to our country, our communities, or our families, remind us that you are able to bless us beyond our limited human vision and provide for us when we fall short. Remind us also that more than just the work that we do or the daily lives that we lead, you offer to us the wealth of spiritual prosperity available in you. May we draw from your Spirit the resources we need to face the profound challenges and meet the profane contests that seek to undermine our integrity and rob us of hope. In all things, O God, may we call upon you and the mercy you desire to lavish upon us. In this, may we find life and have it more abundantly. In your generous name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to two El Monte officers, Corporal Michael Paredes and Officer Joseph Santana, killed in the line of duty on Tuesday night. The two officers were fatally injured while investigating a domestic violence call. Corporal Paredes started his career with the El Monte Police Department as full-time officer July 2000. Prior to being appointed corporal, he worked on specialized assignments. Corporal Paredes survived his wife, daughter, and son. Officer Santana began his law enforcement career with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department as deputy sheriff. After 3 years, he accepted a position as a police officer in the city of El Monte, allowing Officer Santana to serve his hometown. He is survived by his wife, daughter, and twin boys. Our hearts are filled with deep sadness today as we mourn the loss of these brave officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice while protecting our community. The dedication will never be forgotten. Our heartfelt prayers and condolences go out to the officers' families, all of the friends and loved ones in the El Monte community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for a minute or advise the same.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, world leaders have been warning of imminent food shortages, including our own president. Two of the largest producers of wheat and oilseed are embroiled at war. Ukraine civilians are fighting to protect their homes and their self-sovereignty. They aren't out planting crops as normal. Meanwhile, there are breaking reports of Russian soldiers stealing Ukrainian wheat, selling it at marked-up cost to nations facing food security in Africa. Insecurity. Meanwhile, the Russian Navy has blocked grain carriers from leaving Ukraine's Black Sea port of Odessa in an effort to blackmail the world into supporting Putin's war. The UN is trying to broker a deal to enable Ukraine's grain to be shipped from ports such as Odessa. But Russia has said it wants Western sanctions lifted as part of a deal. 20 million tons of Ukrainian grain is stuck in Ukraine at risk of being stolen by Russians. And what are we doing in this country? We're not producing the way we could in California. Water's being shifted away from farmers, and so our own wheat crops in Northern California are dying off. So the Biden administration must roll back the regulations, making it hard for farmers in this country to do what they need to do to be part of this world solution for food, as famine will soon be upon us, especially in the 2023 crop year. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Thursday, May 26th, an explosion erupted in the tight-knit community of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, destroying 2 homes and tragically killing 5 people, a grandmother and 4 of her grandchildren, and also seriously injuring their parents. And today I want to remember Francine White, 67, her grandchildren, Alana Wood, 13, Jeremiah White, 12, Nehemiah White, 10, Tristan White, 8. It's hard to paint a picture with words of the devastation of a home, the people that lived there and dreamed in it, reduced to rubble, a family gone suddenly. And now there's a deep hole in Hale Street and a huge hole that's left in the hearts of their neighbors. They've made a vigil on their block and spent countless hours trying to make sense of the tragedy. Pottstown, I know you have always been a strong community. You are Pottstown strong. Know that I will be with you, with your neighbors, as we figure out how this happened, to be sure it never happens again. My prayers are with the family and the entire community of Pottstown. May their memories be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge facing Missouri families right now is sky-high inflation. And they know that President Biden and Washington Democrats have only themselves to blame for driving inflation to the highest level in 40 years. Last month alone, inflation cost Missouri families an extra $663. That's about the same price as a brand new pickup truck. Gas prices are the highest they've been, at over $5 a gallon. The cost to fill up an F-150 is over $150. Families are paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their car. Milk is up 15%, bread is up 14%, bacon is up 18%. And just yesterday, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time since March. This is yet another price increase for families, farmers, and small businesses. The American people cannot afford to keep paying for President Biden's mistakes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the 10-year anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, more commonly known as DACA. 10 years ago, President Obama and Democrats reaffirmed Americans' tradition as the land of opportunity by creating DACA. Since that day, brave young immigrants known as Dreamers have provided massive contributions on their path to the American dream. DACA gave Dreamers a chance to dream big. It allowed them to use their talents, giving them a chance to seek higher education, work, and most importantly, protection from deportation. They were there for us in the front lines, working as healthcare workers, all kinds of workers to help us through the pandemic, and we thank them. So while we celebrate DACA as a significant temporary achievement for all America, it is by no means a substitute for fixing our broken immigration system. Mr. Speaker, I promise to continue our fight for comprehensive immigration reform so that we can finally keep families together permanently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
As chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I rise today to call for immediate action to protect our nation's dreamers. Yesterday, we marked the 10th anniversary of the DACA program with a relentless focus on our goal to provide a pathway to citizenship for our nation's dreamers. Over the last 5 years, we have seen persistent attacks on DACA, and the need to act could not be more urgent. You see, DACA has been a rocket booster for our economy. In my district alone, Dreamers contribute nearly $300 million in GDP. They are doctors, lawyers, essential workers, engineers, business owners, and job creators. They make America stronger, and they shouldn't have to live in fear of deportation. We need, and I call on, 10 Republican senators to do what's right, support the House-passed bipartisan Dream and Promise Act, to pass it in the Senate, and bring humanity back to our immigration system and restore American values. And to all the dreamers who are watching, know that I celebrate you, I stand with you, and fight for you. Están en casa, you are home, home is here.
Members are reminded to have their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, then revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize June as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. During the month of June, we raise awareness for those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorders. After a trauma or life-threatening event, it is common to have reactions such as upsetting memories, increased jumpiness, or trouble sleeping. If these reactions do not go away, or if they get worse, you might suffer from PTSD. PTSD is especially prevalent for those who have served in the military, affecting nearly 30% of Vietnam veterans and up to 20% of veterans who have served during the global war on terror. As a former rehabilitation specialist, I know firsthand the incredible strides individuals can make when they have access to appropriate rehabilitation. PTSD Awareness Month is not only an opportunity to raise awareness about PTSD, it is also an opportunity to raise awareness about treatment options. I applaud all the organizations that raise awareness about this important issue during June. There is help and support for those who have PTSD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the centennial of James Joyce's Ulysses, arguably one of the great literary accomplishments in history. The time-honored epic was published in its entirety on Joyce's 40th birthday, February 2nd, 1922. Born in Dublin, educated at UCD, his words transcend countries across the world. The story is read and studied worldwide, and Joyce himself has become an intrinsic part of world culture. Through a stream of consciousness, through writing, and with humor and parody, Joyce has kept literary thinkers and historians engaged with interpreting his words even 100 years later. In 265,222 words, Joyce chronicles the simple and even mundane encounters of protagonist Leopold Bloom on one ordinary day in Dublin, Thursday, June 16, 1904. Yet Joyce does it with wit, linguistic exuberance, and high regard for the ordinary, and often overlooked details that remain captivated. I am one of those readers. June 16th today is considered by Joyce fans as Bloomsday, and festivals are taking place in Dublin and across the states and around the world. As such, let me wish all of you a happy Bloomsday.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, seek recognition? Does the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1170, I now call up H.R. 7606 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 270, H.R. 7606, a bill to establish the Office of the Special Investigator for Competition Matters within the Department of Agriculture.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, in lieu of the amendment in nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on Agriculture, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of substitute consisting of the Text Rules Committee print 117-50, modified by the amendment printed in Part E of the House Report 117-366, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designee. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, and I encourage my colleagues to support this package that is comprised of multiple bills that our House Agriculture Committee has advanced in a strong bipartisan manner. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the last 2 years have led to drastic fluctuations in prices. And whether you look at the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic or the global disruptions associated with Putin's war in Ukraine, American farmers, American ranchers, and consumers are facing right now terrible increasing costs on the farm, at the grocery store, and at the gas station. Our Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act tackles these price increases head on by increasing competition, options at the pump, and by providing needed support for America's agriculture sector at every stop of our food supply chain. Mr. Speaker, our package includes 4 main pillars. 1, ensuring robust competition in the meat and poultry sector. Number 2, lowering costs at the grocery store by lowering costs for our farmers and ranchers. 3, by empowering our farmers to help provide fuel choices and lower prices at our gas stations. And 4th, strengthening the food supply chain. Going further into each of these pillars, first, this package will establish an office of the Special Investigator for Competition Matters in the Agriculture Secretary's office. When we held a hearing, Mr. Speaker, it was a very powerful hearing. It was the largest viewing audience for a hearing in the history of our Agriculture Committee. And we heard overwhelming evidence that continuing the status quo when it comes to enforcement will not provide more desperately needed competition and fairness within our meat and poultry industries. So we believe earnestly that the USDA and their expertise in agriculture issues gives the USDA a strong footing to investigate the competitiveness in our meat and poultry sectors, and to enforce existing laws to ensure a fair playing field for our family farmers and ranchers and consumers. Mr. Speaker, we were informed at that hearing that right now we are losing 17,000 ranching farms every year. This has to stop. Our bill also includes a bipartisan provision that will support the creation and expansion of processing capacity for small and medium-sized producers to help alleviate this terrible, threatening consolidation just to a handful of 4 meat packing companies. And this is the core of this legislation. Our second pillar addresses a key piece in the puzzle of rising prices at the grocery store. There have been record increases in input costs for agriculture producers, with fertilizer prices for both specialty and row crop producers skyrocketing. And this bill will help reduce their input costs so planning decisions are not impacted. And Mr. Speaker, speaking of fertilizer costs, it is very important for the nation to know that right now Russia controls 66% of the fertilizer in the world being produced there. This needs to have a serious attention. Our second pillar of increase of this legislative package is the puzzle of rising prices. Our third pillar addresses fuel costs, which is something that impacts everyone. Whether you're paying more at the gas pump or seeing increasing prices in the grocery store from higher trucking and transportation costs. This package addresses these concerns in a way that empowers our farmers and provides more choice and lower prices for our consumers at the gas pump and at the grocery store. And Mr. Speaker, our biofuels adoption and investment helps reduce our reliance on foreign oil and the supply shocks facing our gasoline supply, while also bolstering a revenue stream for our farmers and producers across the country, bolstering our use of ethanol from E10 to E15 will not impact the environment. Our Environmental Protection Agency confirms this, nor will it slow down the rollout of electric vehicles. And this vital package of bills makes much needed improvements in our supply chain. A series of shocks to our beef supply chain, combined with a concentrated processing infrastructure, resulted in high prices for meat at our grocery stores and lower prices for our producers, farmers, and ranchers. Specifically, one provision calls for the formation of an agricultural food system, supply chain, resilience, and crisis response task force to examine our food supply chain and report back to us here in Congress on the strengths and the weaknesses that exist. I'm extremely proud of the work of our House Agriculture members, both Democrats and Republicans, who have worked tirelessly to put this strong bipartisan bill together. We have garnered for this bill extremely important bipartisan participation. This is what our nation is hungry for. Democrats and Republicans working together to bring down these high costs for our food and our fuel. This bill is a bill that our American people want and deserve. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I shall consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 7606 because, simply put, this bill does nothing in the immediate to lower food and fuel costs. Long before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, America's farm families and consumers were struggling with fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, each of which continue to contribute to increased food prices and diminished inventories. Despite these crises, Democrats have neglected to take serious action to incentivize increased American production. In fact, we're here today to debate a bill that compounds the situation, further limiting American farmers' abilities to meet global food demand, and doubling down on the idea that more spending and big government will feed the world. Adding insult to injury, the White House has been quick to blame the private sector and alleged industry concentration for the current crisis. Economists across the spectrum, including former Obama and Clinton administration officials, have dismissed the strategy as misleading at best and otherwise blatantly political. So it is not surprising that, at the behest of the White House, we are debating a package where the anchor piece of legislation perpetuates a tired narrative of blame, duplicative existing authorities, ignores industry and producers, and undermines the Department of Justice. It is also not surprising the party of defund the police also has become the party of more cops for cows. At every turn, this administration has obsessively pointed the finger at the packing industry, in particular blaming them almost single-handedly for rising food costs. They've done so via blog posts, contrived public events, and press briefings, all without any acknowledgement of the culpability of their own reckless spending and heavy-handed regulatory agenda. My Democrat colleagues have dutifully played along, executing sensationalized hearings and political theatrics designed to support unvetted and controversial bills. Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder many of us question the seriousness of the bill before us today. If this were a serious exercise, my Democrat colleagues would not have paired such an egregious example of legislative overreach with several other very thoughtful, very bipartisan bills. If this were a serious exercise, my Democrat colleagues would not have added two unvetted Democratic amendments that are more about political point scoring than genuine near-term policy solutions. If this were a serious exercise, my Democratic colleagues would have worked with Republicans to form a concrete, immediate policy solutions with a chance of consideration in the Senate. Now, I know both parties understand the gravity of these issues, and while we may have disagreements on policy, I was confident that we could find common ground solutions if given the opportunity. And I'm dumbfounded as to why Democratic leadership would choose this moment when consumers are deciding between gas in their cars or food on their tables as an attempt to score political points, especially on the heels of a nearly 9% increase in consumer prices, the worst this nation has seen since the Carter administration. So Republicans forged ahead and we developed solutions. Earlier this week, Leader McCarthy and I, along with nearly 100 of our Republican colleagues, we sent a letter to President Biden outlining administrative actions that he could take immediately to mitigate rising input costs and strengthen the role of that American agriculture plays in global food stability. And yesterday, I, along with many of those same members, introduced H.R. 8069, the Reducing Farm Input Costs and Barriers to Domestic Production Act. This bill would reverse many of the more harmful regulatory burdens spearheaded by this administration, address escalating input costs, and provide certainty to farmers, ranchers, agribusinesses, and other entities across the food and agriculture supply chain. Specifically, the bill provides relief from EPA's unprecedented actions related to pesticides and other vital crop protection tools, offers clarity related to WOTUS regulations, rescinds the SEC's harmful proposed rule on climate-related disclosures, reinstates the 2020 NEPA streamlining, and requires an economic analysis on the costs and the benefits of GIPSA rules. All actions which would provide immediate relief to our farm families and households across the globe. And all were rejected by the Rules Committee majority as amendments to the bill before us. The letter and this bill stand in stark contrast to what we've seen from the White House and the Democrats in Congress, and their efforts to scapegoat private industry for skyrocketing gas prices and sustained supply chain failures. So in short, the crisis we're facing cannot and will not be mitigated with unfunded mandates, duplicative authorities, politicized agencies, and big government, all of which are laced into H.R. 7606. I remain opposed to this bill and the process which got us here, but stand willing to work with my colleagues on common sense, near-term solutions to provide immediate relief to farmers, ranchers, foresters, and American families, the consumers. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7606.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, my good friend, Congresswoman Shire.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on this important bill, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. American families are struggling. They're continuing to see rising gas prices, even as oil and gas companies are making record profits. Higher prices at the grocery store are making it harder to put food on the table, and a lot of this is because farmers are struggling with increasing fuel prices. Costs and availability of transportation to both domestic and export markets continue to be a challenge for the wheat, cherry, apple, and pear growers in my district. Look, this is a global problem, but it's a problem that we can take steps to ease right here at home. This bill provides the resources to do just that. It addresses the cost of fuel by allowing year-round sales of higher ethanol blends, which are consistently less expensive than higher octane gas. It addresses high food prices by helping farmers and helping our supply chain. Fertilizer costs are at record highs since most of our fertilizer is typically sourced from Russia. This bill helps farmers spend less on inputs without lowering crop yields. We are paying skyrocketing prices for meat at the grocery store, but farmers and ranchers, they don't see any of that additional profit because 4 companies control 80% of U.S. meat processing. That's unfair. This bill expands the availability and capacity of meat processing and will create new jobs, provide new options for small and medium-sized ranching operations, and help lower the cost of meat at the grocery store. Finally, addressing the cost of trucking and transportation will help farmers get their crops to market. The whole goal here is to make life a little easier for the people we represent, to help you fill up your tank and feed your family. And as the only member on the House Agriculture Committee from the Northwest, I will continue to do all that I can to support farmers and lower costs for American families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm now really honored to yield to the distinguished gentleman, the former chairman of the Full House Agriculture Committee, who continues to this day to be an incredible advocate for agriculture and a mentor of mine as I've worked my way into this leadership role. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Congressman Lucas, please recognize for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7606 because American farmers and ranchers deserve real assistance, real relief, real policy solutions. To understand my opposition, you must understand the part of the country that I represent and was raised in. The 3rd District of Oklahoma was the epicenter of the drought, the Dust Bowl, the economic depression of the 1930s. This was a time when horrible weather conditions collided with misguided federal ag and misguided federal monetary policy to create an environment that profoundly changed the region that my family has called home for over 120 years. I was raised on those stories, and it was their experiences that shaped my view on what the role of the federal government should be. The federal government should be passing and enacting policies that help people and businesses, not hinder them. Unfortunately, the Biden administration and House Democrats seem to not hold that same view. During the past 5 years, American farmers and ranchers have weathered volatile world markets, devastating natural disasters, prolonged droughts, supply chain disruptions, ever-increasing input costs, and soaring inflation. Yet the only thing the Biden administration and House Democrats seem interested in doing is increasing regulatory burdens, limiting access to fuel, and passing spending packages that fuel inflation. Mr. Speaker, if House Democrats were truly interested in providing relief for American farmers and ranchers, they would join my Republican colleagues and I in calling for the Biden administration to reinstate the Trump-era Waters of the United States rule and rescind the Biden administration's WOTUS rule. If Democrats were interested in reducing the cost of farm inputs like fertilizer and fuel, they would work with us to restore and expand domestic energy production. They would join us in calling for the Biden administration to rescind the SEC's proposed rule on climate-related disclosure. This rule is not only a ploy to divert capital away from traditional energy investments, it also requires farmers, regardless of size, to track and report environmental data to public companies with which they work. Finally, House Democrats are touting this bill as a solution to the issue of consolidation in the meatpacking industry. As we all know, DOJ, yes, the Department of Justice, is in the middle of an ongoing investigation into the meatpacking industry, an investigation that was launched under the Trump administration. I feel strongly that if there is collusion, manipulation, or other wrongdoing by packers, then the existing law should be enforced under the existing authorities of USDA and DOJ. Those are civil and criminal penalties if violations are found. Changing those authorities or laws in the middle of an ongoing investigation only helps to confuse and complicate the eventual DOJ findings. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this messaging bill and join with me in calling for real solutions for American farmers and ranchers. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Congressman Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise today in support of the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. Across the country, workers are calling out sick because of COVID. Truck deliveries and other shipments are facing delays, and people are panic buying, all leading to product shortages and soaring prices. Yet while we know the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly challenged our nation's supply chain, we also know there are systemic imbalances in our economy. Decreased competition driven by market concentration has allowed companies to further drive up costs and their profits at the expense of hardworking Americans in one of our most vulnerable moments. In the beef processing market, for example, 4 dominant companies control 85% of the market. The 4 largest poultry processing companies made up more than half of the market in 2015, up from 35% of the market in 1986. And we've seen this trend all across our economy as large corporations have squeezed out independent businesses, eliminating competition. As a result, hardworking Americans throughout this country are paying more as food prices skyrocket, particularly for meat. Provisions included in the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act will help us tackle this very issue and help bring prices down across the board. The Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act and the Butcher Block Act, for example, will help strengthen our investigatory and enforcement tools to address market competition issues while also investing in additional meat processing capacity. And the Precise Act will improve farming efficiency and help ensure farmers' resiliency to future disruptions in fertilizer supply. The Renewable Fuel Infrastructure Investment and Market Expansion Act and the Year-Round Fuel Choice Act will help drive down prices at the pump for Americans and increase available fuel supply. These are just a few provisions in this comprehensive package that will help ease the economic burden on American families and help create an economy that works for all of us. I urge my colleagues to come together to help hardworking Americans by driving down these costs and supporting this legislation. And I thank the chairman again for yielding, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we should see an extension, a little bigger, of that poster that we saw there. That concentration occurred because of exactly what we're seeing today of government and Democrats leveling regulations. And it was regulations that caused the concentration within the meatpacking industry. Because what happened when you put more regulations, small and medium-sized processors weren't able to continue to work. They couldn't cope with the compliance costs. They just couldn't handle those increased regulations. And today we're seeing another, not just regulations, but a whole new police officer being created under the poison pill within this legislation, special investigator bill. So I would argue that maybe we ought to blow that chart up a little more so we can see and project just how much more concentration occurs when we force more small and medium-sized processors out of the business. We're going to result in increased concentration with this legislation. Now I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from the Kansas Big One Congressional District, a great leader in agriculture, member of the Agriculture Committee, Congressman Mann from Kansas.
For how much time, sir?
Ranking Member Thompson. Mr. Speaker,
for 2 minutes, the gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 7606. I support our country's farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers because they're the lifeblood of America. They keep us food and fuel secure and therefore free and self-determining as a nation. I co-sponsor the Year-Round Fuel Choice Act, which would address limitations on reed vapor pressure and allow for producers to supply and consumers to purchase E15 year-round. I've supported this measure long before my time in Congress, and I will continue to be a strong proponent of year-round E15. A temporary waiver is not enough. We must make this decision permanent and provide certainty to producers. That bill is now part of H.R. 7606. I co-sponsored the Butcher Block Act, which would codify the authority for the Secretary of Agriculture to make grants and loans to expand meat and poultry processing capacity. I support consumer choice. That bill is now part of 7606. In the House Ag Committee, I voted in favor of 4 other bills that are now part of H.R. 7606. But today's vote is disappointing because House Democrats ignored an effort made by Mr. Davis and others, one that I'm proud to co-sponsor, to include an amendment to separating these good pro-agriculture bills from a poison pill. Included in H.R. 7606 is a provision that would create a politically charged special investigator office at the U.S. Department of Agriculture to investigate and prosecute food producers in America. You heard that right. The original H.R. 7606 and a provision in today's so-called Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act would create a new office at USDA to investigate and prosecute the people who work to feed us. I represent the Big First District of Kansas, which ranks #1 in the country for the value of sales of cattle and calves at more than $9 billion annually. We see the entire beef supply chain of the Big First, from cow-calf producers and cattle feeders and packers. Under the Packers and Stockyard Division at USDA, all those players, all of them, are already subject to strict inspection. Under H.R. 7606, they would be subject to a type of politically charged scrutiny we expect of no other related business. And do you think that a Democrat-controlled Congress and USDA would stop there? No. H.R. 7606 would set the horrible precedent for political administrations to inspect and prosecute anything and anyone they disagree with. Today it's packing facilities. Tomorrow it's cornfields and biofuels facilities, or wheat growers and milling stations.
Gentlemen, an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Rick.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today is packing facilities. Tomorrow it's cornfields and biofuel facilities, or wheat growers and milling stations. I support farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers in this country, and I'm disappointed this poison pill is concluded. Thank you, Ranking Member. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to clear up something that the Speaker just said. It's very important. The United States Department of Agriculture is the proper source to deal with this investigation. It needs to be investigated for the will of the American people. And there is no agency better equipped, better qualified to find out what is going wrong. According to the USDA, the language is clear on the special investigator being a career employee. It only specifies that the position be appointed by the Secretary and based on the qualifications of the individual. With that, Mr. Speaker, I now would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, a member of the House Agriculture Committee, Congresswoman Angie Craig.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Americans across the country are justifiably frustrated by the higher prices they're experiencing at the pump, in the grocery store, and across the board. Right now, working families in every district across this country are crying out for relief. But they're tired of political games, and they're tired of partisan attacks. Our constituents don't want Congress in a food fight. They want compromise, and they want solutions. And my friends, today we have a bipartisan, common sense solution at our fingertips. The Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act will lift up our constituents by lowering prices at the grocery store aisle and at the pump, and creating a situation where we are seen as acting together. My provision, the Year-Round Fuel Choice Act, will allow for the year-round sale of homegrown biofuels, which can sell for as much as 40 cents less per gallon than traditional gasoline. Why would we deny that low-cost alternative to working families who are so desperate for savings? And my Strengthening the Ag and Food Supply Chain Act will help lower prices at the grocery store by getting products from ships to shelves faster and shoring up our food supply chain for future generations. My friends, why would we deny these critical savings to our constituents who are simply trying to put food on the table? The American people want action. They're calling for us to use every tool at our disposal to fight inflation and lower cost. We must respond to their call. I appreciate the support of this package from my Democratic colleagues and many of my Republican colleagues, and I encourage all of you to vote yes. Thank you.
Reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the recent Packer hearing, Chairman Scott mentioned that he used a chart compiled of what really was cherry-picked data with zero context to accuse all 4 of the major beef packing CEOs of price fixing and collusions. The packing executives explained the multitudes of supply and demand dynamics supporting the data, including the cyclical ebbs and flows of cattle production. Each of them denied the chairman's accusation under oath. And despite their denial this week at the Rules Committee, the chairman accused the packers of lying under oath. According to the chairman, a price-fixing scheme is the only plausible explanation for increased meat prices. And it's no wonder I have serious doubts about this administration's ability to objectively carry out these new authorities. And I agree with the chairman, who is a dear friend. We work well together on well over 99% of everything that we engage on, just not this particular poison pill today. USDA is the right place to be the cop on the beat for this. In fact, they already are. USDA already has an entire Packers and Stockyards division charged with enforcing the Packers and Stockyard Act that's been in place since the 1930s. And based on the latest available data, they have filed and closed almost 1,900 cases just in 2020 alone. The division already consists of a team of seasoned attorneys, market specialists, auditors, and has the options to pursue administrative enforcement through USDA's Office of General Counsel before an administrative law judge or through the Department of Justice and federal court. So I agree the USDA is the place for oversight with the packing industry, and it's already in place. This duplicative mandate with all the issues it brings is not warranted. Now I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member of the Full House Agriculture Committee, Congressman Crawford from Arkansas, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the American people need to understand two things. One, if you eat, you're involved in agriculture. And two, food security is national security. And so we keep those things in mind as we have this conversation today. Everyone in this room is involved in agriculture. And despite that, we have before us today a bill that makes it more difficult for our farmers and ranchers to carry out their primary mission, which is to feed and clothe and shelter 98% of the population that's not engaged in agriculture. 2% of Americans provide for the 100% of Americans and the rest of the world. And this bill doesn't truly address the challenges that they face every day. Democrats would rather demonize producers in the private sector instead of taking responsibility for the inflation that's changing the lives of our constituents every day, everywhere in the country. Every day our world becomes more globalized and our economies become more interconnected. And as a result, the need for food security grows. One day Russia is weaponizing food in Ukraine, and the next day, China is buying pieces of American agriculture supply chain. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Ag security is national security, and we can no longer afford to stand by while our adversaries exploit the supply chain and American food security flounders under continued inflation inflicted by this administration. I urge a no vote on H.R. 7606, and for those of us that represent rural constituents, this should be the easiest no vote you ever make. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me clarify something that the ranking member said. Yes, I was able to bring in all 4 CEOs of our meatpacking company, and we were very grateful that they accepted our invitation. But our ranking member made a mistake. It wasn't all 4 that said and answered to my question whether or not they agreed or had any agreement on pricing in our meat industry. 3 said no. 1 said, not to my knowledge. Now, you must understand what we are dealing with here and why just that reply from them requires an investigation. That's what we're here for. That's why we did the hearing, to bring those parties in. And we must act, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, we cannot continue to lose 17,000 ranchers and farmers. And also, so many of them, thousands of them, have not made a profit in 5 years. We got a problem. In a report that the GAO noted that the USDA's investigations were planned and conducted primarily by economists without the formal involvement of attorneys from USDA's Office of General Counsel or the OGC. And as a result, a legal perspective that focused on assessing potential violations was generally absent when investigations were initiated and conducted. And this is precisely why the Special Investigator Bill is so important, because it alleviates an issue that has not had enough scrutiny and ensures that attorneys will be responsible for looking into possible violations. The GAO also found that the USDA's Packers and Stockyards Act, PSA, investigations had not modernized to keep up with today's complex competition-related concerns, with consolidation at the heart of this issue, nor had it implemented previous recommendations. It also recommended that GIPSA and USDA's Office of the General Counsel work more closely together. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Congressman Pallone.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker from New Jersey, and thank you, Chairman Scott, for the time and for all you've been doing with your committee to put this excellent bill together. I wanted to say that today, once again, in my opinion, the House is taking action to fight high gas prices and protect consumers by empowering farmers to provide homegrown fuel choices at the pump, an option that costs consumers 40 cents less per gallon. At a time when Americans are paying record high prices for gas, big oil continues to exploit market instability caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine to rake in record profits. Big oil companies collectively made $41 billion in profits during the first quarter of this year. Some of these were record highs, others were the highest profits in over a decade. And it's abundantly clear that big oil companies are more interested in funneling billions to profits to their shareholders and executives than in addressing record high gas prices for American consumers. So the House has to act, Mr. Speaker, to protect American families from this profiteering. And that's why we're here today, to preserve and expand the availability of a cheaper and cleaner fuel option for the driving public. The Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act combats fuel prices by allowing for the voluntary year-round sale of gasoline containing 15% ethanol, known as E15 or unleaded 88. Blending more biofuels like ethanol into gasoline displaces demand for petroleum, helping to bring down gas prices for consumers. Today, drivers are paying an average about 40 cents less per gallon to fill up their tanks with E15. This fuel provides significant savings for families during the summer driving season. Let's ensure it continues to be available at gas stations across the country. Increasing the availability of E15 protects Americans from volatile global oil markets and eases the grip big oil has on American drivers. By relying more on homegrown biofuels and less on fossil fuels, this legislation insulates American drivers from dramatic global price fluctuations, enhances our national security, creates local jobs, and bolsters true energy independence. It's a win-win across the board. It's one of the most powerful tools in our fight against global price shocks and oil and gas profiteering. Now, E15 is also a cleaner fuel option that emits less carbon pollution and burns cleaner than regular gasoline. Today's vote is also part of a broader effort to bring down prices while also cutting climate pollution. So I want to thank Representatives Craig and Axne for their leadership on preserving and expanding access to E15 across the country. Chairman Scott, once again, for including these critical E15 provisions in his package. Mr. Speaker, let's help bring down gas prices at the pump, strengthen our nation's rural communities, and break the grip of big oil by passing the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act today, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize a member of the Agriculture Committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Rouser, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, listening to the debate this morning reminds me of something President Ronald Reagan once said. He said, "Our friends on the other side of the aisle, they know so much that just isn't so." And how interesting it is that the title of this package is the exact opposite of what this legislation is going to do. It will do nothing to bring down the cost of food and energy. instead making excuses for the crises caused by the Biden administration's attacks on American agriculture and energy. Now, there are a few good pieces of bipartisan legislation in this package, but our friends on the other side of the aisle refuse to allow these bills to receive their individual vote, instead using the good provisions here as pawns in their political messaging. One of the really harmful bills in this package, as has been discussed, the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act, creates a duplicative office within USDA that will only add to the regulatory burden of our food processors across the country. And that's going to increase cost. The investigator would be granted independent litigation authority, allowing for civil suits against packers at the whims of the secretary, without even consulting with the DOJ. It should be noted the DOJ already launched an investigation into the Big Four anti-competitive practices in May of 2020 and has declined to provide Congress with an update even 2 years into that investigation. The bottom line is increasing regulation will raise food prices, not make them more affordable. Our farm families need inputs at a fair price. They need diesel prices to come down. They need to be able to produce the food to feed this country and the world without the government making it harder and harder day in and day out. That's why this package must be defeated. Rather than more regulation, we must unleash the full ability of American production. We must work for our farm families and do what's right and defeat this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Congresswoman Spanberger, who is also the chair of our Conservation and Forestry Subcommittee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Today, I am proud to rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. Congress cannot shy away from addressing the urgent economic challenges that face our local communities and our entire country, and that challenge continues to be inflation. We know how rising prices, consolidation across industries, and supply chain challenges are impacting America's families, businesses, and seniors. And as lawmakers, our job is to listen to the people we represent and then respond with legislation that can help solve those problems. And indeed, this package, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, is just that. It's a compilation of bills put together by lawmakers who are responding to their constituents. And I've heard from the other side of the aisle that, in fact, it would have been nice if we came together in a bipartisan way. So I would note that colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle from Iowa, Arkansas, New York, Nebraska, Ohio, Illinois, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Tennessee. Feels like I'm practicing state capitals with my 5th grader. Nebraska, Illinois, Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, South Dakota, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Minnesota, Illinois, Nebraska, South Dakota, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Indiana, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Florida, Wyoming, Virginia, Minnesota. Each of these are individual members of Congress from the Republican side of the aisle who are leading on this issue. In fact, 2 of the bills in this package are led by our Republican colleagues, and I am proud that I have joined with Congressman Dusty Johnson in support of the bipartisan Butcher Block Act. I am proud to be his co-lead as he leads that important piece of legislation. It's a common sense step towards allowing American processors the ability to expand their operations, launch a new business, or just make sure they are keeping...
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield the distinguished woman an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
This is the first step towards lowering meat prices, but in addition to increasing processing capacity for American cattlemen and poultry producers, we need to go after anti-competitive practices in the meat industry. And that's why I'm proud that this package also includes the bipartisan Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act. The bill would establish a special investigator at USDA to investigate violations of our existing antitrust laws that have been on the books for more than 100 years. And I thank Congresswoman Miller Meeks for co-leading this effort. This bill has broad bipartisan support and bicameral support. So I thank Senators John Tester, Senator Grassley, Republican, Senator Thune, Republican, Senator Hoeven, Republican, Senator Rounds, Republican, in the Senate for joining with us in pushing this bill forward. It has support from the U.S. Cattlemen's Association, and this bill is responsive to the needs of the people I represent because the Virginia Cattlemen's Association supports this bill, as does the National Farmers Union. Americans want lower meat prices both now and in the future. They want lower gas prices and to make biofuels more accessible to more Americans. We have the opportunity to do that. I urge my colleagues to support this package. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now honored to yield to the gentleman from Nebraska, Congressman Smith, for two minutes.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member. I rise today in opposition to this bill. To suggest that this bill is a collaborative effort is simply inaccurate. There could be a number of other ways to describe that as well, but it's unfortunate that we're at a place where we could have had an opportunity to advance some good legislation. I'm a supporter of the E15 bill. I've done a lot of work on this, and not just because gas prices are high right now, but because I think that E15 and allowing consumers more choices at the pump would actually engage consumers as it relates to energy policy and energy products. And I do have serious concerns, though, as others have mentioned, about provisions that the Democrats insisted be included in this bill, like the new, very duplicative investigative authority at USDA. Even more concerning to me is that Democrats' continued strategy, their strategy of seeking to blame others on the situation on energy and the cost of virtually everything in our economy. They're seeking to blame others rather than acknowledging that President Biden's economic policies have actually created this mess. Biden's stimulus dollars have driven inflation. Biden's stimulus dollars paid Americans not to return to work, therefore worsening our supply chain crisis. And the president's executive orders canceling new lease auctions and shutting down the Keystone Pipeline have certainly contributed to increased gas prices. Real inflation relief legislation would actually rein in spending, get more Americans back to work, provide broad regulatory relief, and increase domestic energy production. This bill is certainly not it. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now it is my distinct pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to yield one moment to the gentlewoman from California, our distinguished Speaker of the House, Ms. Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. I commend him and the members of the committee. Recently, as we just heard from Congresswoman Spanberger, for her very important work, recognizing the needs of America's working families with their kitchen table issues, recognizing the needs in rural America, for us to have legislation that strengthens rural America's hand in the decisions that we make as we go forward. Mr. Speaker, as we gather here, the war continues in Ukraine. It is an unprovoked, outrageous act of aggression on the part of Putin and Russia invading the territorial borders of Ukraine. At the same time, doing that has driven up prices here at home. Driven up price at the pump. It is a Putin price at the pump. That's the main reason in the short period of time following the invasion of Ukraine, the price of the pump went up its highest amount in a very long time. Russia is also a source of fertilizer, a big source of fertilizer to our country, and of course, diminishing the supply coming in raises the cost of fertilizer, contributes to the cost for our farmers, and of course then contributes to the price of food at the grocery store, and is an important kitchen table issue. Putin's price at the pump is exacerbating the skyrocket cost, weighing heavily on our families. Again, since Russia began its saber rising against Ukraine, gas prices in many places went up $2 per gallon. Meanwhile, the World Bank reports that global food prices in March and April spiked 16% over the 2 months prior. And while Putin works to fuel inflation, today the Democratic House, and hopefully in a bipartisan way, takes a strong step to bring down crucial kitchen table cost of the pump and grocery store and across the board. Our Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act, that's what it's called, Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act, does precisely what the name suggests in three major areas. First, the bill brings down the cost for farmers in the field. As we know, gasoline is an important factor of production for farmers in order for them to produce. The war in Ukraine has restricted the supply of fertilizer also, as I mentioned, and sent the cost through the roof. By taking action to lower the cost on the farm, we lower the cost on the shelf in the grocery store and on the kitchen table. Second, this bill bolsters competition in the meat packing industry, and I thank your committee, Mr. Chairman Scott, for your leadership. Cracking down on the market power of big conglomerates, increasing competition will ensure ranchers get their fair deal for their livestock, while families get a good price for meat and poultry. Third, this bill will help make cheaper, cleaner, homegrown biofuels more widely available. This summer, drivers who choose to fill up with unleaded 88 could save an average of 40 cents a gallon. And by making this fuel more widely available, it will unleash the power of America's farmers to help break the grip of foreign autocrats on energy markets, lower gas prices while keeping our dollars here at home, and reduce pollution because biofuels are cleaner than petroleum. Today's action to lower food and fuel costs is the latest manifestation of House Democrats' unyielding commitment to fight inflation. Last month, our majority voted to hold big oil accountable for price gouging and war profiteering, which has kept energy prices excessively high. This week, we passed legislation to crack down on exorbitant ocean shipping fees, leveling the playing field for American businesses and lowering costs for American consumers. Proudly today, President Biden will sign this legislation into law. It is called the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022. As we speak, the Congress is hard at work on a bold, bipartisan, bicameral competitiveness package to make more goods in America, strengthen our supply chains, diversify our STEM workforce, and reinvigorate research and development. And we look forward to sending this strong, cost-cutting legislation to the President's desk. Here's the thing. Inflation springs from higher costs. Higher costs spring from shorter supply. Shorter supply is there because of COVID preventing certain products from coming into our country, so shorter supply. Shorter supply of factors of production coming into our country. That's why the Competes Act is so important, because it will make us more independent, more self-sufficient on the products we need. For example, chips. Chips are a very important part of that bill. Chips in a car, to make a car takes 1,000 chips. An electric car, 2,000 chips. But we can't do that manufacturing unless we have chips. And if other countries are saving chips for themselves at home, or the high fees of transporting make it just unaffordable to people, we need to make these chips at home, and that's what the Compete Act enables us to do. So our lowering costs for our families, when we ran in 2018, just to bring back promises made, we said we were going to lower cost by lowering the cost of prescription drugs, and that's what we are in the midst of doing now. We're going to lower cost in every way for America's working families. That's what this legislation does here. We're going to have bigger paychecks, and we have had since President Biden took office, working with the private sector and the nonprofit sector and the public sector. 8 million jobs have been created. Unemployment has been cut in half. Wages have gone up. That also contributes to inflation, which must be addressed, and this legislation is part of doing that. So this legislation is a strong step in that direction, and I salute the relentless leadership of Agriculture Chair David Scott and the Energy and Commerce Chair Frank Pallone, who is an important part of this, as well as Representatives Spanberger, Craig, Axney, and Harder, and the dedicated staff of both committees. Together, they've assembled a package of popular bipartisan legislation with a laser focus on fighting inflation. But make no mistake, a vote against this bill is a vote to keep the cost of gas and groceries high, when we can do just the opposite by voting for it. That's why I urge a strong bipartisan yes vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize a strong agriculture advocate and a leader in agriculture in the state of Tennessee, Congressman Rose, recognized for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear, just because Democrats named their bill the Lower Cost of Food and Fuel Act does not mean this bill will achieve that goal. The only thing it really achieves is a campaign talking point for Democrats responding to constituents frustrated with higher prices at the grocery store and gas station caused by their reckless spending. Instead of wasting our valuable time debating this bill that will never become law, we should pass H.R. 8069, the Reducing Farm Input Cost and Barriers to Production Act, introduced by Ranking Member Thompson, which includes real, immediate solutions our farmers, ranchers, and producers support. His bill, which I am proud to support, would reverse the EPA's reckless actions related to crop production tools, reverse the Biden administration's confusing and disastrous changes to the Waters of the United States rule, and would withdraw the SEC's ludicrous ESG rule on climate-related disclosures, an action that has received bipartisan support. However, once again, Democrats... Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. And now I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, civilians and soldiers are dying in Ukraine, and the American people are feeling it in their pocket, even as they rise up to support democracy. The American people know there's a problem. But as we stand on the floor today, the good news is that Democrats care. And that is why we rise today to offer the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, because the American people see it. They see it at the gas station on their way home or to work. They see it at the grocery store when their carts are half empty. They see it with their hard-earned paychecks that don't meet what they need. And inflation, they know about it. But you know what? They're looking for a fighting team like the Democrats to make something happen, not a whining, complaining, get nothing done. In my community, the interest rates, 8.5% of the cost of goods in Houston, Texas. I'm not going home and not telling them that we're out here working. And so I ask for our colleagues to recognize
the gentlewoman's
the
time has
importance
expired.
of lowering costs at the grocery store, ensuring robust competition, helping farmers. Let us fight to pass this bill. We care. I yield back.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Jackson, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to a serious issue facing all of rural America, the Biden administration and the radical left's war on agriculture. Today, the House will vote on H.R. 7606, which will exacerbate fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, all of which are hammering American consumers. This bill is the latest attempt to scapegoat private industry rather than address the real needs and concerns of farmers, ranchers, and rural Americans. We know the Biden administration and my colleagues across the aisle see Americans in the oil and gas industry as the enemy, and I truly believe they now see farmers and ranchers as the enemy too. I want my constituents back home in Texas to know that this is something I'm fighting for every day. I represent the #1 ag district in the state of Texas, and farmers and ranchers in my district are experiencing out-of-control input costs for fertilizer, fuel, and basic parts for equipment. I can assure you the legislation we are voting on today will make that worse. A spending and regulatory agenda that compounds the situation further limits American ag industry's ability to meet global food demands is not the answer. Rather than generate additional layers of bureaucracy and regulatory
Gentleman's time has
burden.
expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a member of the House Agriculture Committee, Congressman Josh Harder.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today frustrated and, to be honest, just plain tired. For months now, my community has been paying over $6 a gallon for gas and $5 for a jug of milk. Prices are out of control and it's crushing us. I talked to a neighbor the other day. She told me she's going to have to choose between picking her kids up from school and driving herself to work if gas prices stay this high. Families in my neighborhood don't have the luxury of sitting around while politicians do nothing. Today, we have a chance to actually help by passing our Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. This package includes my bill, which provides funding for farmers to implement nutrient management programs. These programs will help lower the cost of growing food for our farmers so prices go down to normal at the grocery store. Helping farmers lower costs while cutting gas prices for our families is common sense. It's beyond time that Congress put politics aside and actually listen to what our communities need. This isn't rocket science. They're asking for the government to do its job and bring these prices back down to earth. I hope common sense prevails today, and let's pass this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pleased to recognize a great member of the Agriculture Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Congressman Allen, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand here in disbelief. How Washington's trying to run this economy, and that's the reason I ran for office, because things were so bad, and it was impossible to grow your business. And then I'm reminded of what we actually did when we had the House and the Congress and the White House. We passed the Constitutional Review Act, and through that act, we got no help from the other side. Then we passed some tax reform to give people more money to invest in their businesses. Let me tell you what happened. For the first time in my life, we became energy independent. First time. We became an energy power. We had more jobs and people looking for jobs. And so what happened now? Joe Biden was the vice president when I was elected. He is now the president. All those executive orders he signed stopped everything we did to put this country on the right track. I am tired of this. I demand immediately that we stop this war on American energy that is driving input costs and stop overregulating our ag producers and our...
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and now it gives me a great pleasure to yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer.
Thank you so
The
very
gentleman is
much,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. You have done a wonderful job as the chairman of the Ag Committee, and I know that you're working together to bring people together. One of the things I most admire about Chairman Scott is that he wants to have a bipartisan result coming out of his committee, and I think in this bill he has. Mr. Speaker, every day Americans across the country must contend with the rising prices caused by inflation. Whenever they pull up to the gas pump, they face the repercussions of Vladimir Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine, which has made gas prices skyrocket. Not just because of the sanctions, not because of Russia's production, but because of the lack of confidence in the future that this war has caused. Whenever our people go to the grocery store, they suffer the consequences of the havoc that the COVID-19 pandemic has inflicted on global supply chains. Unfortunately, we cannot erase the past crises that led to our current economic situation. We can, however, ladies and gentlemen of this Congress, take the meaningful steps today to lower prices for consumers and to stimulate Americans' economy in the weeks and months to come. That's why House Democrats are focusing all week on easing inflation and bringing costs down. And I know that's what my Republican colleagues want to do as well. And while this may not be a perfect alternative, there are no perfect alternatives. This is a positive step towards decreasing the cost to our people of things that they must buy, fuel and food. To support that mission, I'm proud to bring the lower food and fuel contact to the floor today at Mr. Scott's request. America's farmers and ranchers have long fed our nation and indeed much of the world. Despite their essential work, however, they have often struggled to turn a reliable profit in recent years because of rising expenses associated particularly with fertilizer, whose costs have gone up very substantially as a result of the crisis that we confront. By making fertilizer more affordable and by improving farmers' access to loans for precision agricultural technology, this legislation will help lower these production costs, which burden smaller farmers and contribute to higher consumer food prices. Additionally, this bill will lower gas prices by increasing biofuel adoption and investment and by giving consumers greater fuel choices at the pump. Lack of competition in the meat and poultry processing industries has also jeopardized many of our family farmers and the people they feed. Competition is the essence of a free market. Competition is the essence of establishing prices that are reasonable and fair both to producers and to consumers. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, this legislation will help level that playing field for small and independent producers trying to break into the industry, which will both boost our meat processing capacity and stoke healthy competition and innovation, which both sides of the aisle believe is the way we have created this extraordinary economy we know as the American economy. Competition, free markets. Similarly, this bill establishes a dedicated office within the Department of Agriculture to strengthen enforcement of existing antitrust authorities to consult on trade practices, ensuring a fairer, more competitive industry that works better for consumers. We know that if just a few producers have a monopoly, and that's one of the problems with oil prices. We have OPEC nations who have constricted supply when demand was up, and what inevitably happens in a free market, prices rise. So this is about free markets. This is about competition. This is about fair pricing for consumers. These reforms will enable our farmers to produce food more efficiently, driving down costs for Americans at the grocery store. Not only will this legislation help us respond to the ramifications of crises like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, but they will also make our agricultural sector and our economy more resilient to future shocks. This legislation is a crucial step toward reducing inflation, and I want to thank Representative Spanberger, Representative Craig, Axney, and my friends on the Republican side who have worked on this, my friends on the Democratic side who have worked on this. This is an important piece of legislation for the people. All of them, all of our members listened closely to the concerns of their constituents and took a collaborative approach to come up with legislation that addresses some of the most pressing needs of the American people. I want to thank the ranking member of this committee for his thoughtfulness in approaching this issue. Today, every member of this House has an opportunity to do something to ease inflation. Every member has an opportunity to vote to ease inflation today. We are eager to take that action, which is why we are bringing this to the floor and voting to pass it. I hope all of our members will join us so we can show our constituents that their Congress is addressing inflation and working together on their behalf, not on our political behalves, but working together to pass this legislation. I urge my colleagues, vote yes. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia's time is fully expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is
Thank you,
now
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I'm now honored to recognize another great member of the House Agriculture Committee, the gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Kamek, for 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 7606, the Higher Food and Increased Fuel Costs Act. I just cannot believe that at a time when Americans, we all are paying more for everything from gas, groceries, energy, and beyond, my colleagues on the left want more regulation, more government intervention. And they want to blame Putin and the war in Ukraine, but they don't want to accept responsibility for the very policies that are helping drive these increased costs. You know, if the last year has taught us anything, it is that big government with a one-size-fits-all approach, spend into oblivion, does not work. It turns out, shockingly, that taking cues from the Easter Bunny doesn't work. Look at the facts. Fuel, 106% up. Eggs, 32% increase. Fresh and frozen chicken, up 19.3%. Milk, up 15%. Bacon, up 15.6%. Baby food is up almost 13%. Oh, and by the way, we can't find it. Let's talk about that. Right now, our farmers, and I know this for a fact because I come from a rural producing district, they have had their backs up against a wall. Skyrocketing prices for inputs like fertilizer and fuel and feed, many of our producers are now reaching a breaking point. This administration, however, seems hell-bent on pushing them over the edge. The regulatory regime at the EPA, and I use that word deliberately, threatens the very livelihood of our producers and the long-term food security of our nation. Everyone in this room can agree that food security is national security, and it's dangerous policies what the left is doing in taking out our producers. Now, it seems like they're more focused on Green New Deal policies, and our districts will never be the same if we continue down this path. Any sort of tax or additional regulation is increasing the cost to produce fuel and produce our food. This is a time when Americans, keep in mind, are making decisions between gas or groceries. And we're seriously up here talking about increasing costs for fuel and food? Give me a break. We need to slam the brakes on any policy that empowers more government bureaucrats and impoverishes the people. And we need to ensure that the EPA does not threaten the future of our producers with such ridiculous, out-of-touch policies. I know many of my colleagues, particularly in leadership, have not filled up a gas tank in probably 40 years, but I have. 2 days ago, over $5 a gallon of gas. That is what Americans are facing. We need to stop empowering these bureaucrats. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the text the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. If we adopt my motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Agriculture to add my amendment that would prohibit the EPA from regulating or taxing emission from livestock, and I ask all my colleagues to support the motion to recommit, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection. The request is granted. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I request how much time is left on our side of the aisle?
Gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
I will reserve.
You have the only time.
I have the only time. Then I won't reserve. I'll use it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I just want to kind of replow some of the fields and the comments that have been offered here today. One of my friends on the Agriculture Committee on the other side, Ms. Spanberger, claims of industry support, and she referenced two specific organizations, but it was certainly not widespread support among farmers and ranchers, and the fact I'll offer this up, organizations that are constituted by farmers and ranchers, including the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, which is a large cattlemen association throughout this country, made up of men and women in the cattle industry. The National Pork Producers Council, and these are all organizations that oppose this piece of legislation. National Pork Producers Council, made up of farmers who raise hogs in so many different states in the United States of America, a huge industry in terms of agriculture. That organization opposes this bill. The National Chicken Council and Poultry, which is huge certainly in the state of Virginia, state of Pennsylvania, state of Georgia, that oppose this piece of legislation that's on the floor today. The National Turkey Federation, same thing. And the American Meat Institute, all in opposition to this bill that we're voting on today. And the American Farm Bureau Federation, which has not opposed publicly the bill, but has raised a litany of concerns and unanswered questions. If this bill comes with an additional price tag of $700 million, not offset on many of the other provisions. Quite frankly, there's $0 for this duplicative, the poison pill part of this bill, the special investigator for cattle and pork. Thank you. That leaves me concerned that the existing enforcement resources that I've already made reference to with USDA and Department of Justice is going to be drained. I mean, we're actually probably going to see less effective investigation as a result of this. We're going to see increased consolidation because it's a new layer. If you're a packer of any size, not just the four big ones, but medium and small size, and you've got a new cop for cows on the beat, you're going to have to add compliance staff to be able to prepare. When, quite frankly, Department of Justice, Division of Packers and Stockyards Division is already doing an incredible job. Active investigations are going on, and I agree with earlier speaker, I think it was Mr. Lucas from Oklahoma. If there's evidence of price fixing and collusion, we have a regulatory mechanism, we have a litigation mechanism, and people should be held accountable to that. And so is this... So I am, although there are some really good parts of this bill, and I'm also disappointed. We know that the only way we really get legislation through the other side of the Capitol on the Senate is where we show cohesion, where we stick together, where we work together. And we have complete consensus on basically all the other aspects of this bill. And we did request that this bill need to be divided and the special investigator portion come out of the bill. And I think we could be scoring some victories for the American people and for American farmers. But quite frankly, I think to be in line with President Biden, because President Biden's approach to everything is all the problems that have been created with his ill-fated policies, that it's somebody else's fault. And this is blaming for the private sector who work hard to provide us with the food that we need. This is blaming them when, quite frankly, it's a failure to take responsibility, for what has happened on day one, starting with President Biden. Now, we'd love to work with President Biden to make sure that we could address inflation, but adding this $700 million today, I've never seen, in my lifetime anyways, or my experience, of how you can spend more money and spend your way out of inflation. It just doesn't work that way. The economics do not work that way. And so, if inflation is the issue, again, I've never seen inflation reduced by spending more money. And so So I would respectfully encourage, because we go back to the drawing board and take each of the bills that are really good bills, or bipartisan, strong bills, we ought to take those up individually and give the Congress an opportunity to speak on behalf of the American people and affirm that these are good bills, and be able to stand on our and let the special investigator stand on its own. And with that, I encourage a no vote on H.R. 7606, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part F of the House Report 117-366 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be detectable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part F of the House Report 117-366. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part F of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mr. Khanna of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would authorize a program at the Department of Agriculture to reduce our reliance on foreign sources of fertilizer. It's to make sure that America will be more self-sufficient, that our farmers will be more self-sufficient with our fertilizers and not dependent on Russia or foreign countries. Everyone knows that retail fertilizer costs are at an all-time high. Putin's invasion of Ukraine are driving severe food shortages and severe fertilizer shortages. This has driven up food prices and hurt American farmers and consumers across the country. In my district, food prices are up, fertilizer prices are up. The cost of agricultural chemicals has more than doubled since the start of the pandemic. And one of the reasons is Russia is a major exporter of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus fertilizers. We need to be less dependent on countries like Russia, and we need to develop these fertilizers here in the United States. That is why Congress must act on a bipartisan basis. This amendment is common sense. It would authorize $100 million of grants, loans, research and development, and other assistance for the Department of Agriculture to support our farmers in developing fertilizer made in the United States. It will support sustainable and innovative domestic production of fertilizers, because our fertilizers are far more sustainable, far more innovative than the fertilizers we get from other parts of the world. It will invest in practices that reduce the use of fertilizers. One of the best things we can do for food prices and our environment is to reduce the need for fertilizers by having those fertilizers be more innovative. The amendment also bolsters competition in the fertilizer market. Most important, it makes us less dependent on the Russians and less dependent on global supply chain disruptions. It will create jobs for domestic producers of fertilizers. The Department of Agriculture is already supporting American-made fertilizers through the Commodity Credit Corporation. My amendment will expand the department's authority so they can prioritize solutions that will most quickly address these shortages. I urge adoption of this amendment. I want to thank Chairman Scott for working with me on this amendment. I'd also like to thank the Agriculture Committee staff of Ann Simmons, Lauren Bloom-Evitz, Prescott Martin, Josh Lobert, and Luke Thierot Theriot for their work, and Kevin Fox on my team. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I express my appreciation to the gentleman for bringing forth a concept that could provide relief, but not for many years. This is an amendment to a bill that talks about an immediate reduction in food prices. But this is kind of a long-term investment, and I appreciate that concept. But it's not what this bill says. It really doesn't contribute to the immediate relief for American consumers or reducing input costs for our farmers in the immediate or near term. Working together is how the House Committee on Agriculture solves problems. And the committee has been working together with the department to better understand this amendment, its purpose, and its implications. Now, my colleagues, the department, and I have agreed that this is not a near-term solution to the high price and limited availability of fertilizer. As the gentleman knows, this amendment was pulled from the consideration by my Democratic colleagues in the recent committee markup. Unfortunately, we have not learned much since then, which furthers my opposition to it. Growing the size of government by codifying the Biden administration's half-baked initiatives and authorizing $100 million and specifying further use of the Commodity Credit Corporation and minimally funded research programs is no way to tackle inflation, rising inflation, or to address skyrocketing fertilizer costs. In fact, it leaves us in a rather more tenuous situation when it comes to our farmers. The Commodity Credit Corporation is what we use and what we depend on and rely on when our farmers fall on difficult times. And they're there, these input costs. And I know that we see, not in all commodities, but in most commodities, we see a record price that they're getting for their commodity. But the fact is that agriculture is a business, farming's a business, ranching's a business. And at the end of the day, it's the margin. So it's not what you get paid. You have to consider what you're paying in input costs. And with this inflation, with these types of policies we're talking about today, that inflation, there'll be many commodities soon that will be upside down. They'll have more expensive to produce than what they're able to get for price. There's commodities that are already at that point. And draining the CCC of any year in 2022 is not only wrong, it's dangerous. We're not going to have the resources to be able to help our farmers, to keep them farming, and to use the CC for what its primary purpose and mission was about. So even more perplexing is the idea we would want to solidify in law concepts that USDA admittedly has not developed into programming or policy, as the public comment period was just extended yet again. Now, we would have been better served by considering Republican amendments, all of which would have provided immediate relief through reversing the regulatory assault, stifling the innovation, and exacerbating strained supply chains. Now, I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect the ranking member. We've worked together on a number of initiatives. I would just say that this amendment, by giving the credit corporation resources, is helping make things in America. Whether it is immediate or whether it's over the next few months, we should have a bipartisan consensus that we ought to be making more things in this country and be less dependent on Russia and foreign sources. And while I urge a yes vote on this amendment, I also hope that we can continue to work with the other side to find common ground over this Congress so that we can get bipartisan support for an effort to build more fertilizer in the United States.
Gentleman,
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say the gentleman offered an amendment as a good friend. We do work together. Another area of jurisdiction on the Agriculture Committee that shocks people actually is cryptocurrency because it is a commodity and traded and overseen by CFTC. And he has been such a great partner as we've worked together with those solutions. So the whole concept of bipartisan work, that is alive and well in the Agriculture Committee, but just not reflected with this poison pill that's in this particular piece of legislation. And with this amendment, I think this, as I said before, yeah, we need to be looking long term. But this legislation we're dealing with today, according to the Democrats, is supposed to have an immediate reduction in inflation, where I believe we do need to do an investment long term and look at other methods of producing fertilizer. This doesn't really fit with reducing prices for American families today. And to do it and do it right, we really do need USDA on board. They need to be we need to have their input. We need to have their ability to do this through their programming. And so this is something I look forward to continuing to work with you on. And with that, I continue to voice my opposition to this amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is reconsidered. To reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part F of the House Report 11-7-366. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part F of House Report number 117-366, offered by Ms. Bamberger of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Bamberger, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of...
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of my amendment to include in the American Food Supply Chain Resiliency Act in H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. And I want to thank Congressman Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio for his partnership on this bipartisan legislation. Supply chain disruptions are impacting the operations of businesses in Virginia and across the country, leaving shelves empty and driving up prices for consumers. For crop and livestock producers, as well as agribusinesses, the current disruptions are a threat to their livelihoods and their ability to deliver high-quality products at an affordable price while still making ends meet. Meanwhile, Americans are suffering from rising food prices at grocery stores, dollar stores, and restaurants. Rising inflation makes trips to the grocery store more and more stressful as the price of staple items like meat, eggs, and vegetables rise, sometimes going up monthly, even weekly. Americans have shared the experience of going to the grocery store. We all have, picking up our favorite food items that we've purchased for years and thinking, well, this is more expensive than last week. My husband and I were just talking about this issue over the weekend as we changed our own shopping list because of it. Few products are more essential than the foods we eat. Farmers, particularly small and medium-sized producers, have been left out of investments that are meant to mitigate supply chain challenges, and that's meant it's getting more difficult to get products from the farm to the market to finally the table. And while big companies have the budget to invest in supply chain innovations, research, experts, small and medium-sized producers are paying higher prices than ever for fertilizer, fuel, shipping, and other input costs. And when farmers pay more to produce food, all Americans pay more at the grocery store. That's why we must empower USDA to do more to resolve farmers and food businesses' supply chain challenges. We must be prepared. To address these concerns, I was proud to lead the bipartisan American Food Supply Chain Resiliency Act. This legislation would establish supply chain regional resource centers through cooperative agreements with the Agricultural Marketing Service at USDA. These resource centers would offer locally tailored coordination, technical assistance, and grants to small and medium-sized producers and agribusinesses, leading to stronger supply chains. This bill would also expand the great work of the Agriculture Innovation Program to include research and support on supply chains. By establishing supply chain regional resource centers, this bill would provide additional support to family farmers and food businesses trying to deliver their goods at a lower price for consumers. These centers would help local producers get through lean years, obtain the inputs they need, and address challenges related to transportation costs, labor, and higher energy prices. In fact, USDA has already taken similar steps to build collaboration across sectors of local and regional food supply chains through regional centers. And our bipartisan legislation would support and build on these centers, as well as make sure they are a wise, tailored investment with a clear mission and fair reporting requirements. As such, I urge my colleagues to support our bipartisan bill, and I once again thank Congressman Gonzalez for his partnership. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I express my appreciation to the gentlewoman from Virginia for bringing forth an idea. And I do wish the same courtesy had been extended to my Republican colleagues who were denied the opportunity to bring their amendments forward for debate. Working together is how the House Committee on Agriculture solves problems. And the committee has been working together with the department to better understand this amendment, its purpose, and its implications. As the gentlelady knows, this amendment was pulled from consideration by my Democrat colleagues in a recent committee markup. Unfortunately, we've not learned much since then, which furthers my opposition to it being considered prematurely on the floor today. Now, I cannot support this amendment as written, an amendment that falls short of its advertised goals and does not offer any immediate relief to farmers, ranchers, or consumers, because that's with the myth that my Democratic friends are trying to sell the overall bill today, which will not happen. In fact, I'm afraid inflationary costs, more concentration are going to occur as a result of a specific part of the package. Growing the size of government by codifying the Biden administration's half-baked initiatives is no way to tackle rising inflation or address rising fuel and fertilizer costs. Even more perplexing is the idea that we would want to solidify in law concepts that USDA admittedly has not developed into programming or policy again. Now, we would have been better served by considering Republican amendments, all of which would have provided immediate relief through reversing regulatory assault, stifling innovation, and exacerbating strained supply chains. And I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned that this bill is will not provide immediate relief, and I concur. This bill is not meant to provide immediate relief. The amendment before us would plan for the future, would recognize that we face disruptions in our supply chain, and so frequently when we do, it's our farmers and producers who are impacted, particularly smaller and medium-sized producers like those in our district. This bill, this amendment to the larger bill, is an issue of planning for the future, recognizing disruptions that may come and being able to proactively plan for such challenges. It's unfortunate that the gentleman feels that they were left out of the process, but I am heartened that the scope of the concern relates to the process and not the underlying amendment. This amendment is about long-term planning. It's about ensuring that our smaller and medium-sized producers and agribusinesses have the technical assistance, the support, the coordination that they will need to weather challenges and supply chain disruptions that may occur today, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into the future. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate in my comments, I said it was premature, and I do believe it is. I think that this is a concept that she's pursuing that is worthy of consideration, worthy of development, and full development, so that we can have an appropriate consideration of the text of this particular amendment. I also think it's out of place with this particular bill, because the context, the pretext that my Democratic friends are presenting here is a false promise that whatever would pass, and if this would be somehow find a pathway through the Senate and be implemented, that it would immediately lower food and fuel costs, and that is just not the case. And so this is more of a long-term vision, and I appreciate that because I think we should be, we should be looking long-term when it comes to needs of, input costs for our farmers. Because quite frankly, when we have inflation, when we have burdensome regulations, when we have administration that's really out of control from a regulatory perspective, sidelining their scientists at the EPA, which, by the way, are actually part of those are funded under a public-private partnership with agribusinesses to make sure that farmers can have access to crop protection tools, significant crop protection tools that have been sidelined by this administration when these same scientists have been found them to be safe in application in the past. And so what I would say is I look forward to working with the gentlelady in the future on this concept, but I continue to remain in opposition. This is not quite ready for prime time, not ready for consideration. We need to be working more. We need more time working in a bipartisan way, and quite frankly, hearing from the administration as well and USDA. And with that, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's no disagreement that across America's regions and across our commodities, our nation's farmers and ranchers have gotten the short end of the stick, particularly when it comes to rising input costs as a result of supply chain bottlenecks, inflation, and the Lowering Food and Fuel Costs Act and this amendment take crucial common sense steps towards addressing these challenges both now and into the future, planning for a future where we can be proactive, continually so, and ensure that small and targeted investments from USDA today can have impacts on small and medium-sized producers' ability to get food to market and improve their bottom lines. At the same time, these investments should also lead to lower food prices for Americans at the grocery store, convenience stores, and restaurants. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment, and I do look forward to working with my colleague across the aisle to receive additional very specific feedback on how we can make some of these provisions stronger, better with that input into the future. But today I urge my colleagues to vote on the amendment, yes on the amendment in front of us, and ultimately yes on the underlying bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to offer my opposition to this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Spanberger. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The third reading.
A bill to establish the Office of the Special Investigator for Competition Matters within the Department of Agriculture.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Kamek of Florida moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 7606, to the Committee on Agriculture.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman has requested ayes and yeas pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8. The yeas and the nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote. Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Kahele and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
I forgot how well. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters and Representative Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
from California seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote yes on the Republican motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, and as a member designated by Mr. Mo Brooks and by Mr. Gomer and Mr. Carter, I inform the House they will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly, Ms. Davids, Mr. Lamb, Mr. Boyle, Mr. Krishnamurthy, and Ms. Porter, and in great recognition of the gentleman from Indiana's service to our country, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
This is a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Georgia. For what gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
New York. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Scott Peters and Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Guest, Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Loudermilk, and Mr. Long will all vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote yea in the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea in the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton and Gomez, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What was it? This is a gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that she will vote no on the motion to recommit.
This is a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, Danny Davis of Illinois, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Evans, I inform the House these 9 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
This is a gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Katko, I inform the House that Mr. Katko of New York will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lisa Rochester votes no on the motion to commit.
from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to end proxy
The gentleman
voting
is
by
not
passing
recognized.
HRES.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say yay. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House
Thank you.
Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mace of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois, Ms. Gwen Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Evans, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Ms. Bonamici of Oregon. I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote no on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters and Representative Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Guest, Mr. Loudermilk, and Mr. Long all will vote nay on H.R. 7606. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes yes on H.R. 7606.
Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Stanton and Gomez, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Albio Sears, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House Ms. Wagner will vote no on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kako will vote nay on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mo Brooks of Alabama, Mr. John Carter of Texas, and Mr. Lee Gomer of Texas, I advise the House they will all vote no on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas, Congressmember Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the fantastic state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Is it okay? Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote nay on H.R. 7606, and as the member designated Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Mr. Boyle, Mr. Lamb, Ms. Davids, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote aye on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and Ms. Lawrence of the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
Need a proxy?
Yeah. I don't think he knows where I'm from.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Scott Peters and Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on H.R. 7606.
Purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek
As
recognition?
the member designated by Mr. Kahele and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7606. Have all members voted? Seek recognition.
Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jim Costa, I inform the House that Mr. Costa will vote yes on H.R. 7606.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that Mr. Welch will vote no on H.R. 7606.
On this vote, the yeas are 220. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 204. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 5828.
The gentleman's request is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 1735.
The gentleman's request is accepted.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bill Foster, be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 2374, the Peace and Tolerance in Palestinian Education Act.
Without objection.
Thank you.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the House Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Objection.
Madam Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, I am happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, the House Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, before I start on the colloquy and go through the schedule, I was just talking to the whip, the Republican whip, my friend, Mr. Scalise, and we were talking about a friend of ours. His name is John Bresnahan. He's a reporter. He's covered Capitol Hill since 1994, I believe is the note I had, and he is an excellent reporter. He reports the facts, he reports the truth, and as I know Mr. Scalise agrees, reporters who do that not only serve us, more importantly, and their major purpose is to serve the American people, because we know that a free press telling the facts and the truth to the American people give them the opportunity to make solid decisions for our democracy. So I want to wish John Bresnahan a happy 60th birthday and hope that he has many, many more. I've had 23 more than that, so I appreciate the fact that he is still going strong, and I now yield to my friend, the distinguished Republican whip, Mr. Scalise.
Thank the gentleman for yielding and for the confessional of how many 60th birthdays you've shared, and here's to many, many more for you, but also for Brej. And as the gentleman points out, a fair and free press is vital to democracy. It's the First Amendment to our Constitution, freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And while they might not report our press releases verbatim all the time as we might like them to, they serve a vital purpose, and Brej is one of those that we see in the halls, like the press that is around here, making sure that the country knows what's happening here in the greatest democracy in the history of the world. As a 60th birthday gift to him, I will promise not to sing happy birthday to him. So with that, wish Brej happy birthday, and again, yield back to the gentleman from Maryland.
Like the gentleman, I want to tell Mr. Bresnahan that he made that same promise to me, which is why we did this. If he was going to sing it, I was a little reluctant to do this, but he didn't, and I joined with the whip in wishing John Bresnahan, a friend, a very careful and honest reporter, the very best 60th birthday, and many more to come. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed until 6:30 p.m. On Wednesday and Thursday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour and 12 a.m. for legislative business. On Friday, Madam Speaker, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. On Monday, we will be celebrating Juneteenth as a federal holiday for the second time in American history. Juneteenth is the day on which the last slaves who were in Texas learned of their new status as free Americans. An extraordinary day in the history of our country, eliminating one of the great blights on the history of America, but showing, as de Tocqueville pointed out, that we try to heal our wounds and try to heal our wrongs, and we're still working on that. But last year, the Congress took the historic step of enacting legislation to recognize Juneteenth as a federal holiday at long last. And I look forward to celebrating as we pay tribute to freedom, to all men and women being created equal in the image of God, and celebrate the history of the African American perseverance and triumph over injustice and adversity. And I say triumph, there has been a triumph, but there are battles yet to be won. And Juneteenth not only looks back, but it looks forward to winning those battles. The House will I see Mr. Green on the floor, who has a resolution on the recognition of the blight of slavery. And I thank him for that resolution and look forward to having that considered. On Monday, we will be celebrating that holiday, but we will be celebrating, as we do Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, as we ought to be in celebrating Washington and Lincoln's birthday, committing ourselves to the realization of the principles for which they stood. The House will also consider bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of those suspension bills will be announced at the close of business tomorrow. Next week, Madam Speaker, the House will consider H.R. 7666, which is titled Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, a bipartisan package of bills led by Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers to address the mental health and opioid abuse crisis. The legislation expands access to treatment for opioid use disorders, promotes behavioral health integration, and reauthorizes critical programs to support mental health and substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery, including in our children. Madam Speaker, the House will also consider legislation under suspension from Chairman Bobby Scott and members of the Education and Labor Committee to address the mental health, addiction, and suicide on college campuses, which is far, far too prevalent. Our young people have faced stresses by the pandemic, stresses within our nation, that the divisions on which prey on their minds. And so this is a very important piece of legislation. I hope it will be, and I believe it's going to be bipartisan. The House, Madam Speaker, will also take up H.R. 6411, the Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Mark Takano's Strong Veterans Act, also, again, bipartisan legislation to combat veteran suicide and address mental health and help our nation meet its commitment to those who risk their lives and safety for our country. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the House will consider H.R. 5585, Representative Eshu's ARPA-H Act. This legislation would establish the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health, an independent agency tasked with accelerating biomedical innovation and making transformative breakthroughs in the fight against the most challenging diseases confronting our people. This agency will oversee the next steps in the Cancer Moonshot program and help meet the President's goal of cutting the cancer death rate by at least 50% over the next 25 years and hopefully sooner. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Pride Month, the House will consider H.R. 4176, the LGBTQ Data Inclusion Act. I also anticipate that the House will vote on a compromise bipartisan Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our PACT Act after the Senate takes action on the version agreed upon in May. As the whip knows, and that act was a bipartisan act that dealt with those who were exposed to burn pits and other toxic substances of which they did not know while they were serving on bases and both here and around the world. This bill, we believe the Senate will take action on a version agreed upon in May, which preserves much of the House-passed legislation to care for veterans exposed to burn pits and other toxic chemicals during their service. In addition, the House will consider other bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business tomorrow. Additional legislative items, of course, are possible. And I yield back to my friend, the Republican whip.
I thank the gentleman for that update. And as we celebrate Juneteenth next week, also right here in this House chamber over 150 years ago, where the 13th Amendment to the Constitution was debated and passed. So history is made here on a regular basis, and then we celebrate the freedoms that result and continue, as our founders talked about, to aspire towards a more perfect nation. So we will do that next week. I do want to thank the gentleman because last week during this colloquy, I know I'd asked you if we could bring the Supreme Court protection bill, the bill to make sure that Supreme Court justices and their families get proper protection as we're watching and saw a man arrested for trying to murder a Supreme Court justice. Leader McCarthy, I know, urged that as well, so appreciate that we got to bring that bill up, debate it, and quickly pass it to President Biden's desk where we can get that in place. I would hope that the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, would start enforcing 18 U.S. Code 1507 to give protection properly as federal laws dictates, but is not being enforced at the homes of those justices. But again, appreciate that we got a very bipartisan, overwhelming bipartisan vote on that bill this week. If the gentleman had anything to add before we talk about the schedule for next week, I would yield.
I thank the gentleman. I would simply observe, as I observed the other day, that we all want to make sure that our Supreme Court justices are safe. And let me say, Madam Speaker, there's a very important reason for that. We want to keep all our people safe. But 9 justices of our Supreme Court represent that we are a nation of laws. They are one of the 3 branches of our government. And just as I was extraordinarily and remain extraordinarily concerned about the attack on this institution, the Congress of the United States, as we were preparing to elect a president of the United States, an attack on the Supreme Court and the lives of the Supreme Court are an attack on our democracy, on a separate branch of government that is charged with continuing to make us a nation of laws. So I'm very, frankly, the Supreme Court justices under existing law were protected. There were security people there. Luckily, there were security people there. But the gentleman is absolutely right. We want to make sure, whether we agree or disagree with the individuals, whether we agree or disagree with the opinions or the judgments that Congress makes, we are a nation of laws, and the way to resolve our differences is not through violence, but through the democratic process. And I thank the gentleman for his observation and yield back.
I share those comments by the gentleman from Maryland. As we look towards next week, we've had this conversation a number of times. One of the items I don't see on the agenda is an item to address the problem of high gas prices. And of course, we've now crossed an average of more than $5 a gallon. It's a major burden for families, especially lower income families who are being forced more and more to make those tough decisions of, can they even afford to drive to work? Can they even afford to drive to see their doctor, or to drive to the grocery store where they're paying maybe 20% more for some of the food items? And we have had a bill for over a month now, H.R. 6858, that would address these problems and allow us to actually have more control over our own energy production in America, to be able to drill in America for energy, to lower the cost of gasoline by confronting so many of the problems that this Biden administration has imposed that are making it hard for us to produce more energy in America, to the point where you now have President Biden announcing that he's going to go to Saudi Arabia to beg them to produce more oil. And as we try to confront this challenge, and again, H.R. 6858 would allow us to do that. If you look at President Biden's proposed trip to Saudi Arabia, the President likes talking a lot about carbon footprints, carbon emissions, global warming. Why would the President get on Air Force One and fly 5,700 miles to Saudi Arabia to beg them to do something that we can do right here in America? In fact, he could go less than 1,000 miles to Port Fourchon, Louisiana, in my district, where they could produce hundreds of thousands more barrels a day in America, which, by the way, because America has the best standards in the world, would emit less carbon than the oil produced in Saudi Arabia. And while the President will be flying over to Saudi Arabia, he won't know the answer he's going to get. They're an OPEC nation. They typically support limited supply of oil because they want a higher price. So you don't know what the answer is going to be. You're going to fly 5,700 miles over, another 5,700 miles back to the United States. There are no solar panels on Air Force One, so that's going to be a lot of jet fuel, a lot of carbon emissions to do something that he could pick up the phone and call Port Fourchon. We'd love to see him down there, but he could call them. And I can tell you the answer would be yes. They would say, yes, we will produce more energy here in America, but they're not allowed to right now because of limitations put in place by the Biden administration. So while we push to get this bill brought forward, H.R. 6858, it really begs the question, first, what is the carbon footprint of President Biden's trip to Saudi Arabia? But why even do this trip? Why go to Saudi Arabia and ask them to produce oil when we have it right here, and it's President Biden's policies that are stopping that oil from being produced, and, by the way, at a much lower carbon footprint than anything that Saudi, Russia, Venezuela, or any of those countries would produce if it was their countries meeting the demands of our nation and so many others. And with that, I would yield to the gentleman, hopefully to see if we could get the bill scheduled for next week.
Well, first of all, I thank the gentleman for yielding. We continue to talk about this as if this were the president's fault. First of all, in a much wider range, this is a result of the pandemic. Why is it a result of the pandemic? Not solely the pandemic, but let me take the pandemic first. Everybody stayed home. In this body, in businesses across America. What did that mean that they stayed home? They stopped buying gas. What did the oil companies do? They shut down some of their production. Very substantial reduction in production. But then as the prices went up, they were making as much money or much more money. So in making much more money, they didn't increase production, as the gentleman says will be an answer to the question, in a country that does in fact have regulations, does have rules, and because of those regulations and rules, the production of our energy is in fact, as the gentleman asserts, more efficient and more environmentally considerate. But the oil companies, acting from what they thought was good business practice, demand was down, but prices were going up. They were making profits. They bought back stock, which of course increased the value of the stock that remained. They increased dividends, which of course encouraged people to invest in them and made people happy about their investments. But they didn't increase production. And they didn't have to increase production. They were making good profits and making, from their standpoint, good business decisions. As I indicated in the last colloquy that we dealt with this problem, there were millions of leases put on the market by this administration. Some, as I recall, 80 million acres. And there was approximately 2% of the leases bid on. And then the court said this was not a legal process. But it is interesting how small was the interest in additional production at that time, irrespective of what happened subsequently. The gentleman mentions a bill, as he has done in the past, H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. But before I say that, let me say I hope the President is going to Saudi Arabia to talk privately, not publicly try to embarrass or harangue, and certainly not beg. The United States of America doesn't need to beg any nation in the world. And this president is not begging anybody. This president should say, however, Madam Speaker, Saudis, stop controlling the supply unreasonably and driving the prices up of your product. Yeah, they're making more money. And they have a cartel. That's called a monopoly. And that cartel has made sure that the supply drove up, and the lack of supply drove up the international market price. And then Russia went to war. Now, Russia going to war has affected to some degree the supply of oil, but very frankly, buying Russian oil supports their war, their criminal war effort, their vicious, murderous war effort. And we will all be against that. And so we agreed that we would not take any oil, and we urged our European allies not to rely on it either. Now, what did that create? It created a lack of confidence in the stability of the market. What happens when you have lack of confidence in the stability of a market? Prices go up because it's a bet on what's going to happen with the price of that product in the future that the market really reflects. Now, the reason I say it that way is because these are not Biden prices. Even if tomorrow we snapped a finger and said, okay, go ahead, nothing would happen tomorrow, nothing would happen next week, nothing would happen next month. It would take a substantial period of time because the oil companies, based upon the lack of demand, shut down, nor did they pursue further production. Well, let me say something about the price of oil. Because the price of oil now does not reflect the increase at the price of the national price, or as part of the market response to what is called the West Texas Intermediary, which I'm sure the gentleman from Louisiana, an oil-producing state, knows much more about than I do. But let me say this. In 2008, that benchmark for crude oil peaked at $147.02 in July of 2008. Adjusted for inflation, that's $199.57 today. In that time, 2008, the average U.S. gasoline peaked at $4.14 per gallon. Adjusted for inflation, that would be $5.62 today. So in other words, in 2008, otherwise known as the last year of the Bush administration, gasoline prices were higher than they are today, notwithstanding the fact that the world price was $31 less. Yesterday, June 15th, that West Texas Intermediary, or the benchmark for crude oil prices, was $116 a barrel, $31 less without accounting for inflation, which would make it greater, than it was in 2008. That wasn't George Bush's fault. It was the international market's fault. And also this cartel that controls a large part of the supply of the oil in our country. Now, my point, I said I would deal with H.R. 6858. H.R. 68, one of its tenets is to approve the Keystone Pipeline. The problem with that is, for whatever reasons, and I understand that my friend will have a response, Madam Speaker, as to, well, because you disapproved it, meaning the Obama administration. They want to open the Keystone Pipeline. The problem is the company that had the Keystone Pipeline has abandoned it. And even if it were approved, they'd have to get back in business, and we'd be well over a year. Now, I happen to have agreed that we should have approved that pipeline. I said so publicly. I said so to the press. That didn't happen. But it would not solve the problem. And particularly when you look at the figures that I just gave with respect to the world market price, we are paying a lot more now than we did in 2008 when it was higher. So I would say to my friend, he also had a provision that expedites LNG export facility approval process. One of the problems is we had 20% of the LNG export capacity is now shut down. It was shut down because the regulations that the gentleman speaks of correctly were not followed. and the LNG plant had an explosion. And it shut down because it violated regulations that were imposed upon it. So what I would say to my friend, I've talked to the committee about his bill. The LNG process is working. As I told him, I have an LNG export plant in my district, which has changed from substantial exports to the Pacific region, and now 80% is going to Europe to try to bridge that gap as the Europeans retreat from being dependent upon Russian oil. So I tell my friend, with all due respect, and I'm not going to plead with him, but I'm going to suggest to him, we're going to Saudi Arabia. I hope to tell him in private, look, this is not a game you ought to be playing. You're making our consumers pay far more. And we have acted. We acted and we passed some time ago a bill that said you cannot have gas prices that are set at unreasonable levels, which we know as gouging. It's like you have a flood in your city. 80% of the grocery stores are wiped out, and the grocery stores that remain triple their prices. That's called gouging. We passed that bill. We also passed a bill today, on which unfortunately most Republicans voted against. Most, I say, not all. Which will, again, seek to bring the price at the pump down. How? By utilizing American products to supplement and expand the supply of gas, and we believe will bring the price of a gallon down some 40 cents, what the experts say, if we continue to use a mix of fuel. But let me say in closing on these remarks, which I know have been relatively lengthy, we're in this together, Republicans and Democrats. Fox News criticized me for saying we're at war. We just sent $1 billion for a war we're not in because we believe in freedom. We believe in international law. We believe that we have a dictator, a dangerous dictator, who is committing war crimes through his men and women in eastern Ukraine in particular, and did it in western Ukraine as they came into Kyiv. We're in this together. One nation, one America, on behalf of freedom. And we've taken tough action, and part of that, we're paying the price at the pump because of that invasion. And the pandemic shut down production and shut down the purchase of gasoline by people because they didn't go to work, they didn't need to get in their cars, they didn't need to commute. So I would simply say to my friend, we're on the same team. Our president is leading our effort to defeat this despot, to stop this war, to assure the freedom not only of the Ukrainian people, but of all people, and assure that we respect international law. So I looked at your bill. I'd be glad to talk about other ways, including maybe some of the things that are in your bill. But I will tell you, the first couple that I looked at, the Keystone Pipeline is not going to be reopened. You and I may lament that as a policy, because I was publicly, during the Obama administration, for the approval of that pipeline. So I am prepared to work with the gentleman to see what we can do. But we've done today's bill. It may not be perfect. It may not work. But it's certainly worth a try to bring these awful prices at the pump down, because I know both of our constituents, whether they live in Louisiana or they live in Maryland, are struggling because they've got to use their cars, they've got to use that gasoline. They don't have an alternative. And they don't have an alternative about buying food. And both of those are tough. And we need to act together to try to see if we can solve that problem in the context of an extraordinary pandemic, a historic pandemic that shut the world down. And we're just trying to get back. We're trying to get supply chains going, including gasoline pipelines, which is why the president is going to Saudi Arabia, not to beg, but to assert the economic fact of the ramifications of the cartels stifling supply. And I yield back to my friend.
Thank the gentleman. And if there is common ground we can find on the components of H.R. 6858, I would be happy to help facilitate that negotiation, because there are a number of very specific items in that bill that address the shortfalls, the deficiencies, the inabilities to produce energy in America. You know, Keystone Pipeline might be one of the more well-known. President Biden, on his first day in office, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Of course, it's not moving forward because he canceled it. It would provide a vital supply of oil from our friends in Canada that we wouldn't need from other people. But there are a number of other pipeline issues. No new pipelines have been approved in the country. You've got to have an ability to move energy around the country if we're going to be able to produce our own. And so if a conscious decision was made in the White House that they don't want any pipelines because that impedes the ability to produce energy in America, it just means we have to import more of it from other countries, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Russia, any of them that I would not want us to have to get it from. It's going to come in some form. It might be a tanker. It's going to get here. It's going to have to be put on rail, on an 18-wheeler if it can't be put in a pipeline. So let's get more pipelines produced, LNG export facilities. There are multiple, at least 4 LNG export facilities that are sitting on the desk over at the Department of Energy ready to go. These are multi-billion-dollar privately funded projects that can't move forward because they won't move yes or no on those requests that have been pending for over a year. Obviously, you look at leases, not being able to develop your lease. You can have a title to lease. If you're a farmer and you own land, you could talk about all the thousands of land, but if you need a permit from the federal government to plant food and the federal government won't give you the permit to plant the food, then you can't use the land. The land is worthless. You own leases on federal or state lands, but the federal government, through President Biden, said you can't get permits to go and exercise that lease, then the lease is worthless. And I'll go back, and there's been a lot of talk by the White House about who to blame. By the way, I've never heard President Biden pointing the finger at himself or looking in the mirror and going, is there something I can do? We've got a list for him that he can do, and he won't. But he said, Joe Biden, as a candidate for president, and he said things like this multiple times since being president, quote, Joe Biden, quote, no more drilling on federal lands, quote, no more drilling, including offshore, quote, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. That was Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden continued to carry out policies that followed through on those promises to kill drilling in America. And each step of the way, the price kept going up. Prior to Putin's invasion, I know the president loves trying to blame Putin. Well, in advance of Putin's invasion, the price of oil was going up. And in fact, the president was, whatever terminology you want to use, pleading with, begging, asking Putin to produce more oil prior to the invasion of Ukraine. That was who Joe Biden was asking back then, as he was carrying out his promise, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. He only applied that, by the way, to America. He was asking other countries to drill. He was just saying you can't do it here. Putin said no, by the way. And in the meantime, Putin was making $700 million a day selling his oil to America and Europe during that period where President Biden was carrying out all the steps to stop drilling in America. And then you fast forward, price keeps going up. President Biden, again, doesn't look in the mirror. Gentleman mentioned they blame the pandemic. That didn't fly because that wasn't the case, because people started getting out again, started going again. Energy companies asked to start producing again and filed permit after permit application and got denied and denied and denied. And so then the president blamed the oil and gas companies. They had hearings up here, brought in all the oil and gas companies. You know what the oil and gas company had said under oath? They want to drill more, and they can't drill because of President Biden's policies. It's President Biden's policies stopping them from drilling. So, again, if the oil and gas companies or Putin were the reason that there was this inability, and President Biden, as he's done multiple times, blame them, if they were the reason that they have this shortfall, he'd continue to be blaming them. But he knew the public wasn't buying it because it wasn't them. So he just blames more people. So then he goes to price gouging. And as the gentleman pointed out, there was a bill here on the House floor a few weeks ago to try to shift the blame over to price gouging, and the answer was to allow you to sue your local gas station if you didn't like the price of gas. Well, none of us like the price of gas. Suing your gas station is only going to make the price higher. Obviously, that had no impact because that wasn't the reason, but that was the answer and the attempt to try to blame somebody else. And then we move forward, and it's all of these other issues. Refineries this week, the White House started blaming. Refineries. And so while the White House keeps throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to figure out if somebody else will take the blame, and he's going to go to Saudi and ask them to help us lower the price, Saudi's ability to produce is irrelevant to the price if we produce in America, because we have the ability to drive down that price, because we are not an OPEC nation. We're not a monopoly. We're a free market economy when the free market's allowed to operate. But President Biden, through his promises, quote, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period, he, in essence, took the free market ability for America to produce energy off the table, which means he gave that leverage to monopolies, to cartels, and they're taking advantage of it because President Biden gave them that. Instead of asking them to produce more when they're fine with a high price of oil, whether it's Brent, West Texas, doesn't matter what it is, he's taken it off in America so they can limit the supply. Let's not limit the supply. And again, if it's about saving the planet, if it's about carbon emissions, why not produce more here? There is no country in the world that produces oil that does it cleaner or better than us. And so if you take America off the table, as President Biden's done, no more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling including offshore. That was Joe Biden. He took it off the table here. That means you're going to need oil from countries that emit more carbon to produce the same oil. So you get higher carbon emissions. And again, that doesn't even count the carbon emissions that will occur when President Biden gets on Air Force One and flies over 5,700 miles to go have this conversation that he doesn't need to have, because he can have that conversation right here in America at a place like Port Fourchon, where the answer would be yes, and it would be cleaner. And by the way, it would bring billions more dollars into America's treasury. It would lower the price of gasoline. It would create more jobs in America. So every answer says yes, except President Biden keeps saying no. We want to address it through this legislation, which would counter some of those many things that President Biden has done to turn off the spigots in America. And so if we can work on ways to confront this, I would be more than happy to have that negotiation, and we could go through offline how to do that. That's why I continue to bring this bill up, and I would yield.
Well, I thank the gentleman for all of that information. It continues to befuddle me why our Republican friends would much prefer to blame President Biden and so avoid placing blame on Mr. Trump's friend, Mr. Putin. I don't understand that, Madam Speaker. It's not a nation indivisible. Now, Madam Speaker, I used a statistic some weeks ago that I've heard not at all disputed. The Biden administration has approved more drilling permits on public land in 2021 in 1 year than the Trump administration did each year during its first 3 years in office. And 29. Not compared to the combined 3 years, just compared to each individual year. Number one. Number two, domestic oil production is greater today than it was under Trump. Not a whole big difference. 10,968 versus 11,185. But nevertheless, it speaks to the fact that the representation that somehow Biden has shut down the industry, and therefore he's to blame. We don't want to talk about the pandemic that shut down oil production. In Trump's last year, refineries in the U.S. reduced their capacity by more than 800,000 barrels. So under the Trump administration, production was decreased. Maybe they'll look at the records and see whether or not that representation is accurate. And if it's not, I stand to be corrected. But those are the figures I have. And I notice that my friend did not respond to my representation that prices were higher under George Bush in 2008 than they are today. Not because of inflation, the number is different. And compared to the world price, prices are higher. So I will say to my friend, we had lease 80 million acres, 2.5 million taken. Court held, as the gentleman pointed out before, that the court said, no, that wasn't legal. So it was never affected. But we have those 800,000 that are not back online. Don't blame them, though. Don't blame Putin. Don't blame the pandemic. Politically, let's blame Biden. Now, I'm not sure why Bush had the higher price. Maybe it was that he was shutting down the oil business, president from Texas. Maybe. But it's more today being produced. Not by enough. Still, there's 800,000 shut down. Barrels, that's per day, by the way. Not just 800,000 barrels, per day. So we can argue back and forth on this. We're passing legislation. Our Republican friends, for the most part, vote against it. It won't work. It won't do. I don't know whether they're right or wrong, but it's worth trying. It's worth trying. Because our consumers are hurting. People at the grocery store. I go to the grocery store every weekend, Madam Chair. I live alone. I don't buy a lot of groceries because they'll go bad, so I go every weekend. And I see the shelves that are empty. I see the price of bacon gone up now over $10. I see the price of the eggs I get, price of the half and half I buy or the orange juice I buy. It's going up. I'm in the fortunate position where I can pay it without it binding me someplace else. But I know that a whole lot of people that I see shopping got that list out and they're very worried about that cost. I don't know whether this bill we just passed is going to solve that. Certainly not overnight. I don't know whether a month from now it will help somewhat, 5 cents, 10 cents on a pound of bacon or a dozen eggs. I don't know that. But it was worth a try, and we passed this bill. And we got some Republican support, including, I think, the ranking member of the committee that reported the bill out. We're not technically at war, but we are at spending a lot of money on behalf of freedom. And we ought to be together. And we ought not to be carping about our president, who is doing everything he can think of to try to get a handle on this, both on inflation, on the cost to consumers, and on the supply of a product that we all need. So I would simply make a request that let's work together to try to get this problem solved. And Saudi Arabia is not the answer, but it's part of the answer. The cartel is part of the answer. The Russians are part of the answer. maybe none of them are the entire answer, but when you understand that this administration has given more leases on public land than the prior administration did in the 3 years, of its first 3 years, it's hard to say that this administration is the reason for this, other than politically it's a very salient argument. But that's all it is. I yield back.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the ranking member voted no.
Oh, okay.
On the bill, but the 800,000 leases, I know we've talked about this before. You could have 800,000 leases, but when you need then permits to actually utilize the lease. So you have a lease to go and develop oil, but you need to drill, you need to do seismic, you need to build pipelines, infrastructure to move it. And if you don't get those permits to actually utilize the leases are worthless. That's what H.R. 6858 addresses, and we've been raising that issue for a long time. The lease is no good if you can't then use the lease.
With the gentleman, you'll just...
Yeah.
What I said was, in Trump's last year, refineries in the U.S. reduced their capacity by more than 800,000 barrels. That didn't have anything to do about leases. That had to do with an economic decision which probably made sense, because what happened is the economy was contracting. 2.8 million net jobs were lost during the 4 years of Trump. 8.7 million have been gained. And as they've been gaining, people are getting back in their cars. They're getting back in driving. They're spending on the economy. But what happened? The pandemic had shut down supply lines. And the oil companies rationally, when demand went down, they reduced capacity. They don't need a new lease for go back up to the 800,000. They were doing it under the present authorization that they have. That was my point. It continues to be my point. The companies have made a decision, and they're not moving ahead rapidly to try to get more production. And one of the reasons is, I get it, they're making a lot of money. Some oil companies have got 300% greater profits now than they had some years ago. 300%. So why do we need to do more product? We're making great money. We're having Chevron says it has the most successful year in 2021 that it's ever had. It may be another oil company. I may be wrong on that. Was it Chevron? I'm asking somebody probably who knows the answer better than me. But one of the oil companies reported that. I'm not criticizing them for that. What I'm saying is this is a multifaceted challenge that confronts us. And we ought to address it in a way that it deserves, and that's a bipartisan way that will have effect. And I'm going to work with the gentleman. As I said, I was for Keystone. I was not for shutting Keystone down. I was for approving it to go ahead. I thought it made sense. Our friends in Canada have an extraordinary supply. As the gentleman observes, though, interestingly, because I think many of your colleagues oppose those rules and regulations, it is cleaner. It is better for the environment to produce it here. Why? Because we adopted regulations, either the administration adopted or we passed them in legislation. And very frankly, I think that many of those were opposed by, I don't know whether you, but many in your party. So it is better to do it here. So I don't want to dispute that. But it is also necessary to have production, particularly among the cartel countries. And Russia has no interest, Russia has an interest in additional production. Why? Because that's how they're funding this war. But we ought to spend time on criticizing Putin and his war and the crimes that are being committed in his name in Ukraine, and our determination to make sure the Ukrainian people who have displayed extraordinary courage, and Zelensky, who has displayed extraordinary leadership, make sure they know that we're focused on them and we're focused against Putin, not our own president, any more than I did when George Bush was president. Very frankly, I supported, as the gentleman probably knows, on the trade bills. I thought it was good to do business. A lot of our people didn't support him on that. I supported him on that. So I think we need to be not so critical of our president. We have one president at a time. We had a pandemic. It wasn't on his watch we got a pandemic. It was on his watch that we got a handle on the pandemic. And on his watch, he's been giving more access to public lands than his predecessor did. And we can debate the nuances of differences. But we ought to focus on why we have this crisis. And the gentleman knows these prices in many ways reflect the confidence, the stability, or the lack of confidence and the lack of stability in the market. And the war directly relates to that issue. I yield back.
Obviously, we'll continue to debate this. Hopefully, we debate it over H.R. 6858, where we can actually be talking about how we work together to solve the problem. And of course, as the gentleman knows, Congress did come together, Republicans and Democrats, to give our friends in Ukraine the tools to go and push Putin out of much of Ukraine and hopefully all of Ukraine. We will continue to stand with the incredibly strong, resilient people of Ukraine standing up to Vladimir Putin. And we will hopefully have this debate further as we're talking about the legislation that we would like to bring. And unless the gentleman has anything else,
I yield back.
I would yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to acknowledge Juneteenth, which on Sunday will be celebrated for a second year as a federal holiday. Now, on June 19th, 1865, news of the end of slavery finally reached Galveston, Texas, more than 2 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, my great-grandmother and many of my ancestors were born during slavery in Galveston, Texas. My grandfather was born in 1867 in Galveston, Texas. So this day has always symbolized a time for me personally, as well as for many African Americans, a time for reflection as well as a recommitment to justice. Each year, Juneteenth compels us to confront the darkest moments in our nation's history. A chapter that was born in the Middle Passage, continued through slavery, and manifests itself today through systemic racism. We must acknowledge the legacy of slavery and systemic racism that continues today in education and healthcare and a broken criminal justice system. I could go on and on. It is also at the heart of the crises facing our nation today, including economic injustice and hate-fueled violence. As we recognize this important day in history, it's also crucial that we pass Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee's H.R. 40 legislation to develop a commission on reparations and recommit to an agenda for Black America that realizes true equity and justice.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to, just here, I'd like to comment on the recent developments regarding those brave Border Patrol officers who use their reins to prevent people sneaking into a country illegally, prevent them from getting stomped under their horses' hooves. I've been to the border several times. Uniformly, all the Border Patrol felt those people behaved appropriately, and I think continuous studies have shown they behaved appropriately. But sadly, President Biden has decided to pick them out for punishment. It reminds me when he calls the police of this country racist. Both completely unfounded. He only does it, I think, to divide our country, create divisions here. I would like to demand that President Biden apologize to the brave Border Patrol, those great guys or gals who on that day prevented the Haitians trying to slip into this country from getting stomped underfoot. And I would also like to apologize to the police of this country who are not racist and are doing a great job to try to hold down our murder rate. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising prices at the pump and at the supermarket are costing families more each month, and higher prices are falling hardest on low-income families who spend a larger share of their budget on food and gas. Since the beginning of the year, gas prices have increased by nearly $2. No doubt this is in part due to Putin's war in Ukraine, but it is also driven by oil and gas companies raising prices on consumers. Last month, the House passed the Gas Price Gouging Prevention Act to institute the first federal law against profiteering by oil and gas companies. And today, the House considered legislation and passed to make cheaper and cleaner ethanol blends more available. These common sense measures would get gas prices under control and put money back in families' pockets. So with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to share the story of an American patriot from Charlestown, West Virginia, which is where I live. Corporal Frank Buckles lived to be 110 years old. He died in 2011 and was America's last known World War I veteran. Buckles had enlisted in the Army by giving his age as 18 rather than his actual age of 16. He drove an Army ambulance in France in 1918 and came to symbolize a generation of embattled young Americans as the last of the World War I doughboys. Buckles later spent 3 years as a Japanese prisoner of war during World War II after being captured in the Pacific while serving as a U.S. contractor. Buckles lived on a 330-acre West Virginia cattle farm where he drove a tractor until 102 years old. I'm honored to introduce legislation to designate the United States Postal Service located in Charlestown, West Virginia as the Corporal Frank Buckles Post Office. He was a true patriot and is most deserving of this honor in the town he called home for 50 years. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of Mike Smith, who was truly a pillar in the Fort Worth community. At 78 years old, Mike was a loving husband, father, grandfather, and was known as the unofficial mayor of Magnolia Street in Fort Worth. And throughout his 55-year tenure, Mike baked over 500,000 pies, which put his restaurant, the Paris Coffee Shop, on the map. His pies were listed in USA Today, Bon Appetit magazine, and really known all around the world. But what really made Mike so special was the warmth and love that he showed everyone that walked into his coffee shop. It didn't matter if you were from Rivercrest or Riverside. It didn't matter if you were from Whitehall Street in Eastwood in Fort Worth or if you were from Westover Hills. Mike made everyone feel welcome anytime you came into the Paris Coffee Shop. His firm handshake, his hugs, his conversations were just absolutely unforgettable, and he will be deeply missed. And just in addition to just everything that he has done for the food community, the restaurant community in Fort Worth, we send prayers out to his entire network of friends and family. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the Russell County High School baseball team, the Kentucky State High School runners-up. Their head coach, David Rexroth, has led the Lakers baseball team since 2002. He is the all-time winningest baseball coach at Russell County, and he was recently inducted into the Kentucky High School Baseball Coaches Hall of Fame. Russell County began their journey to the state tournament by winning the 16th District Baseball Tournament, which includes my home school of Monroe County. They've won the 16th District 9 out of the last 10 years.
They won the region, the 4th region in Bowling Green, and went on to Louisville to the state. Made it all the way to the state finals, to the state championship game. The Russell County Laker baseball team had 9 seniors on that team that had played together most of their lives. They finished the season 31-7, the most schools in Russell County school history. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this. That state championship game was in Louisville, Kentucky against St. X, which is one of the largest high schools in the state, in Louisville. It's about a 2.5-hour drive from Russell County to Louisville. 95% of the crowd was from the small county of Russell County. This community is proud of this baseball team and their great accomplishment, and I want to commend them for a tremendous baseball season. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this morning I introduced the 2022 observance of Juneteenth Independence Day resolution. Thank you to my co-sponsors, and thank you to those who recognize this important federal holiday. HRES 1182 is to celebrate Juneteenth, but I was pleased to be the first member of Congress after years of introducing resolutions to introduce the actual language of the federal holiday signed by President Biden on June 17, 2021. What is Juneteenth? But it is a recognition of one of America's original sins, the slaves that were held over 200 years, and the brutality that they experienced, but the freedom that they experienced on June 19, 1965. We can come together as a nation to celebrate freedom in many, many ways. I'm delighted that over the weekend in Houston and Galveston, we will be lifting up our voices of celebration. But we know that there are next steps, and as I've been introducing the resolution on Juneteenth, I also commend my colleagues to move forward on H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. Again, what is reparations? It is healing, it is restoration, it is repair. And we look forward to responding to the indigenous and African American communities that should be fixed. Happy Juneteenth, America. Let's celebrate together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our current national debt is not only huge, it's astronomical. As of today, the national debt exceeds over $30 trillion. To put that in perspective, that amount in $100 bills laid side by side would circle the Earth over 1,167 times. If stacked, it would reach the International Space Station 80 times. The debt crisis is truly out of this world, and yet my colleagues across the aisle would rather spend even more money on unnecessary programs with unrealistic goals. Effects of the debt are already being felt in the form of record high inflation and gas prices. But perhaps the greatest tragedy is that it will be our children and our children's children who will ultimately foot the bill. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for his 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today with an expression of gratitude and great appreciation. I'd like to thank the many persons who voted for H.R. 2543, the Financial Services, Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. I rise to thank persons for this because I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to manage the bill on the floor. The Honorable Maxine Waters is the sponsor of this piece of legislation. It is a compilation of some 13 bills that were used and packaged so that we could bring about some racial justice in this country. Racial justice that is long overdue, I might add. The Honorable Maxine Waters, but for her, I can say without reservation, hesitation, or equivocation, this bill would not have come to fruition. She has been a champion for those who have been left out, left behind, locked out, those that I label as being among the least, the last, and the lost. The least, those who don't inherit a legacy of wealth, but rather a legacy of poverty. The least, those who are persons who are still finding themselves living in the streets of life. The last, those who are the last hired and the first fired. The lost, those who are lost in the richest country in the world, but lost perhaps in chemical consumption, drugs, if you will, lost because of mental issues, but they're lost in the richest country in the world. She has been a champion for them, and I will always be grateful to her for working with me to help me to acquire a position on the Financial Services Committee. I think that probably but for her, I might not have the position that I have. So I know that she's not doing well today, but she'll be back. And I want her to know today that I'm appreciative for the many opportunities that I have acquired by virtue of her being there at the right time when these opportunities were available. I'd also like to thank the members who had those bills, the 13 bills. Member Beatty, Joyce Beatty, Mr. Auchincloss, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Meeks, Ms. Garcia from Texas, Mr. Torres, and of course, Ms. Waters had a bill as well. I had 2 bills associated with this package. This package, the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. Why is it needed? Why is it needed on this day, some few days away from Juneteenth? And I celebrate Juneteenth, by the way. I commend my colleague Jackson Lee for her work on Juneteenth. I knew the father of Juneteenth, Al Edwards. Al Edwards was a state representative in Texas, and he was a person who was tenacious about Juneteenth. And it was his legislation that passed the Texas House and Senate and was signed by the governor of the state of Texas, making Juneteenth a holiday at a time when, quite frankly, people thought that it was impossible to get it done. But Al Edwards, the father of Juneteenth, always remember him, a dear friend. We celebrated Juneteenth together on many occasions. We traversed the state together. He was one of my supporters, and I know his family. His brother was a banker, Reddick Edwards. It was my banker, as a matter of fact. So I have a relationship with this family, and I want the world to know that I'm appreciative for what he did to lay the foundation for Juneteenth as a holiday at the national level. I also would like to express my appreciation for what Juneteenth is all about. General Gordon Granger came into Galveston, Texas in 1865. The Emancipation Proclamation had been signed, the war had ended, but in Texas, the slaves were not accorded their freedom. Some people say that the word hadn't reached Texas. I differ. The word reached Texas, but the slaveholders saw those slaves as personal property, and they saw no reason to give up their personal property simply because Mr. Lincoln signed an Emancipation Proclamation, or simply because the war was over. That was their personal property. And it is said that someone was sent, an envoy, if you will, to make it known to people in Texas that the slaves had been freed. This is prior to General Gordon Granger arriving in Galveston, Texas in 1865. Well, they said that that person didn't quite get the message across. And one can well understand why, given the behavior of Texas, a state that seceded from the Union and also seceded from Mexico because of slavery. So they were pretty recalcitrant, and that's being kind, about the desire to maintain slavery. But President Lincoln sent General Gordon Granger. To say that he sent General Gordon Granger, quite frankly, is an incomplete statement. He sent General Gordon Granger and 2,000 troops. And General Gordon Granger, being the wise man that he was, brought those troops with him, but they also had some friends with them. They had Mr. Winchester, Smith and Wesson. They were well equipped to present this message to the slaveholders. And when it was presented with 2,000 troops, well armed, it was received. And it was the next year that the first Juneteenth celebration took place. That was in 1866, first celebration. And this is what Al Edwards shared with me about Juneteenth, the actual moniker, the name for the holiday. It was his position that it became known as Juneteenth because there was some question about the date that General Gordon Granger arrived within the minds of the slaves, whether it was on the 18th or the 19th, some question. So rather than continue a debate about the actual date, it simply became Juneteenth, and folk can fill in the blank as they choose. 1866, big celebration of Juneteenth, a celebration of freedom. Again, I commend the father, Al Edwards, and I commend my colleague Jackson Lee for her stellar work here in Congress to work Juneteenth through to the point that it is now a federal holiday. Commend both of them. I commend the many people who voted for it. Today, I thank the people who voted for that holiday, but I also want to thank the people who voted for H.R. 2543. I greatly appreciate the fact that you voted for the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act, because that act is needed, and there has to be some question as to why it's needed more than 150 years after the end of slavery. Why would we need a Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act these many years later? Well, rather than give you my opinion about it, I'm going to read to you from a report presented by the Brookings Institute. Brookings is well known and well respected. Let's just see what Brookings says. And this was published on February 27th of 2020. Not a lot has changed since February 27, 2020. So let's examine what they at the Brookings Institute have shared with us with reference to black folk in this country. It is styled, the article, Examining the Black-White Wealth Gap. Examining the Black-White Wealth Gap. Hear now the words of the Brookings Institute. A close examination of wealth in the U.S. finds evidence of staggering racial disparities. At $171,000, the net worth of a typical white family is nearly 10 times greater than that of a black family, which is $17,150, and this was in 2016. 2016, White family worth $171,000. This is the net worth. Black family's net worth $17,150. Over 150 years since the end of the Civil War, more than 400 years since the first Africans were brought here as slaves in 1619. 400 years have passed. We still have this wage gap. It goes on to read, gaps in wealth between black and white households revealed the effects of accumulated inequality and discrimination, as well as differences in power and opportunity that can be traced back to the nation's inception. Traced back to the nation's inception. This is the Brookings Institute. Traced back to the nation's inception. The black-white wage gap reflects a society that has not and does not afford equality of opportunity to all its citizens. Equality of opportunity. The opportunity, these are my words, to succeed on your merits or fail on your demerits. The opportunity for you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This society, according to Brookings, does not afford equality of opportunity to all its citizens. It goes on to indicate efforts by black Americans to build wealth can be traced back throughout American history. But these efforts have been impeded in a host of ways, beginning with 246 years of chattel slavery, followed by congressional mismanagement of the Freedmen's Savings Bank. This bank was established after the slaves were freed to provide them an opportunity to accumulate wealth. They were free, but they were just free to the elements. They didn't have property that they owned. They were free to have persons abuse them. They were in a hostile environment. They were among people who had held them as property, people who had no desire to see their property taken from them. So they were free, but they were free to the wind, the rains, the elements, free to starve, free to survive if they could. But that level of freedom was supposed to be curtailed with the Freedmen's Savings Bank. Well, the bank started with the best of intentions. According to the history I've read, was an idea of Frederick Douglass. Was supposed to give the freed slaves an opportunity to acquire wealth, save money, to understand the process of saving money, by the way. For people who had never had money, imagine this, never had money. What do you do with it if you acquire some? Many of them were working for the Union Army, and they were getting paid. So what do you do with this thing called money? Well, this bank was a place where they were supposed to be able to save. Unfortunately, there was mismanagement. Congress did not put in the proper safeguards so that it could continue to exist in perpetuity. And it left some 61,144 depositors with losses of nearly $3 million in 1874. Then there were persons who sought to move ahead, notwithstanding circumstances. And there was this area in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Tulsa's Greenwood District. Here is what is said by Brookings with reference to Greenwood. It reads, "The violent massacre decimating Tulsa's Greenwood District in 1921, a population of 10,000 that thrived as the epicenter of African American business and culture, commonly referred to as Black Wall Street." Black Wall Street was decimated. This was an opportunity for people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, to find a means by which they could have commerce among themselves. They were of no threat to the broader community, but they had Black Wall Street taken away from them, literally destroyed. And thereafter, we had the discriminatory policies throughout the 20th century, including Jim Crow era's black codes, laws that applied specifically to black people. If you weren't working, you could be incarcerated if you were black. Laws. And then you had, this is not contained here, but the convict leasing that took place, which was another form of slavery. Person would be arrested for some minor offense and then placed in the hands of a landowner to work, leased, as it were, from the state. And some of these persons would work for the rest of their lives for some minor offense. They became slaves by another name, leased convicts. So we had black codes limiting opportunities in many southern states. Along came the GI Bill. We are fast forwarding now, and this is a part of the article that I'm reading. The GI Bill. The GI Bill benefited and still benefits a good many people who are right here in this Congress, benefited from the GI Bill. Few black people did. Very few black people benefited from the GI Bill. The statistical information is overwhelming in terms of the number that did not. Small numbers. Of the thousands that initially benefited from it, numbers less than 10 were black. Thousands with 10 maybe or less that were black. There are some people who give a specific number on it, less than 10, but let's just leave it with the fact that there were less than 10 that benefited from it with thousands. And here's why they didn't benefit. They didn't benefit because if you wanted to get a mortgage to buy property, which is what the GI Bill would afford you, the banks wouldn't lend money in black neighborhoods. If you were black and you walked into the bank, that in and of itself was a denial of the loan. Your presence, your skin complexion, that was the denial of your loan because blacks were not lending to people living in black neighborhoods. Well, someone would say, but Al, how did they know they were living in a black neighborhood? Because you couldn't live in a white neighborhood. You couldn't live among people who could get loans. There were restrictive covenants. The law said you couldn't live there. Denied the opportunity to acquire land, which was another means of amassing wealth. By the way, this was not the first time people of color were denied the opportunity to acquire land. At the early years in this country, if you could fence in land and you could protect it, you could squat, as it were, it became yours. All you had to do is fence it in and protect it. Black people were not afforded that opportunity. So here we are, a few days away from Juneteenth. which I will celebrate and appreciate. But I want you to understand why there was a need for H.R. 2543, the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. There was a need for it. There is a need for it, and it passed this Congress. So we find ourselves now with the GI Bill and other circumstances that did not inure to the benefit of black people. According to this article, another circumstance was redlining. Redlining, where literally a red line was drawn around certain areas, and those who were in the business of selling and buying real estate, they rarely wanted to buy that land. So it became a place where people of color lived, and the people of color could not get loans to upgrade their property. They could not get the loans needed to improve their lives because the banks were not lending. So this wealth that many people have, the wealth that they have is something that they acquired in ways that were associated with the government that locked black people out. This, according to the article now, this history matters for contemporary inequality, in part because its legacy is passed down generation to generation. Repeat. This history matters for contemporary inequality, meaning the inequality we see today, in part because its legacy is passed down generation to generation through unequal monetary inheritances, which make up a great deal of current wealth, meaning a good many of the people who have the current wealth, they acquired this wealth by being born.
Will
a good many people.
Will the gentleman suspend? The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 4160, an act to amend Title 40 United States Code to grant the Supreme Court of the United States security-related authorities equivalent to the legislative and executive branches.
The gentleman is recognized for the remainder of the time.
Thank you. As I was saying, a good many people make their first $1 million by being born. Just come into the world. Come into the world in the right family. And these inheritances are passed down from generation to generation through unequal monetary inheritances, which make up a good deal of the current wealth. Interesting fact, in 2020, Americans are projected to inherit about $765 billion in gifts. In 2020, Americans are projected to inherit about $765 billion in gifts and bequests. I assure you, only a marginal amount of this will be inherited by black people. Excluding wealth transfers to spouses and transfers that support minor children, inheritances account for roughly 4% of annual household income. Black people have little to pass on. Therefore, there is very little that is inherited. And as a result, There is no transfer of wealth from one generation to the next to speak of. It's really a sad state of affairs when you really think about it. But we have been so conditioned to accept our circumstance in life that this sad state of affairs is just normal to us. It just is, we've embraced it almost. It's just the way things are. Things don't have to be this way. That's why H.R. 2543 is needed. Let me remind you one more time that black people in this country have wealth that is about 1/10 of what white people have, about 1/10 of what they have. That, my friends, is something that is unacceptable. And it's not because black people won't work hard. It's not because they don't have good work ethics. No, it's because a system that we exist within has been so structured that not only did we fail to acquire wealth, couldn't acquire it early on in the history of the country, but this system still prevents black people from acquiring wealth. I come to the floor and talk about these issues quite regularly. And there are some people who have asked me, why am I so passionate about these issues? Well, why do I persist when I could easily just go on with my life? And I've had people to tell me, you're doing all right. You're doing well. You have all of the trappings of a middle-class person. Why would you do this? Because I haven't always been where I am now, and because I have a memory. I know what it's like to live in poverty. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. I'm a son of the segregated South. Those rights that the Constitution recognized as belonging to me, my friends and neighbors took them away. They denied them. I know what it's like to drink from a colored water fountain. I know what it's like to go to a back door to get your food. And I know what it's like for the law to say that you have to go to that back door to get your food. I know what it's like to stand in a separate line in the store, the supermarket, and to wait until all of the persons who are white are served before you can be served. I know what it's like to be born in a racist society. Believe me, I was born into the South. I'm 74 years old. I know what racism smells like, I know what it looks like, I know what it tastes like, I know what it sounds like, and I know what it hurts like. So my passion emanates from the suffering and the understanding of what it's like to live in a hostile environment. And my friends, black people are still living in a hostile environment. We don't like to acknowledge it. We want to believe otherwise, but it's a hostile environment. It's a hostile environment. When you go in to get a loan and you are qualified and you cannot get the same loan that a person of a different hue can acquire, who is equally as qualified as you, you're equally as qualified as that person, that's hostile to you in terms of your economic status. H.R. 2543 seeks to remedy that. H.R. 2543 makes it a crime to discriminate against a person in lending. I must tell you, the Honorable Maxine Waters has more courage than we can measure. There is no way to measure the amount of courage this woman has to bring this kind of legislation to this floor. And I have to acknowledge that the other leadership in the House, it's pretty courageous of them too, to let this kind of bill come to the floor for a vote. And I congratulate and thank every person that voted for it, because it ought to be a crime to defraud a person out of a loan. For edification purposes, if you defraud the bank, you can face a fine of up to $1 million. Up to $1 million fine. And you can be imprisoned. There is no such fine if the bank denies you a loan, defrauds you of your loan that you are entitled to. That changed with the passage of H.R. 2543. This is historic. You're not going to read about it in the newspapers, but you're going to hear about it from me right here on this floor of the House. I didn't come here to hide the good news. We want to let the world know about the good news. Challenge will be, of course, to get it through the Senate. I believe this president will sign it, but getting it through the Senate will be a challenge. But back to where we were. So we find ourselves acclimating to the hostile environment we have. We find ourselves accepting our circumstance. And there are others who would say that you're free, you can just make your way as others have made their way. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, let's see where we are with bootstraps. Bootstraps would first require that you have boots. Black folk don't have the boots. The boots are at the banks. People in this country who have little acquire some things with their hard work, and then they are in a position to borrow money. If we're not given a fair opportunity to borrow money, which would give us the boots, and then we can have straps added to the boots, you're not going to be able to pull yourself up by bootstraps when you don't have boots. It just doesn't happen. And that is the circumstance we find ourselves in. There are many people who will say that by doing what I'm doing, I'm just making excuses. Well, tell that to the people at the Brookings Institute. Convince them. They compile the statistical information, the empirical evidence that I've shared with you. This is not Al Green speaking in the sense of Al Green compiled the information that you've heard. No, this is the Brookings Institute. I'm just the messenger. They compiled the message. So we find ourselves in this hostile environment as it relates to the economy. It's a hostile environment in many other ways as well. Hostile environment just in terms of our living. Still discriminated against when it comes to housing. Still discriminated against. And it took the death of Dr. King to get the Fair Housing Act through Congress. It's amazing how many of the seminal pieces of legislation that impact the lives of people of color are signed in ink, but they were written with the blood of people who made great sacrifices. Dr. King's life. John Lewis and the Edmund Pettus Bridge. But for John Lewis and the Edmund Pettus Bridge, additional civil rights laws would not have been signed into law. It took blood on the bridge to bring about the Civil Rights Act of 1965. So, my dear friends, we're in a hostile environment. People don't like to talk about the hostile environment. But when people say Jews will not replace us, when they say Jews will not replace us, my friends, many of those people work in restaurants. One can but only imagine what happens to the food of a Jewish person when you have a person working in the restaurant who says Jews will not replace us. And given that this theory, this fake theory, this myth, there's some other words that can be used that my mother taught me not to use, but these prevarications associated with this myth, friends, the myth is that Jews are going to use black people to replace white people, which is ridiculous. But that means that there are some people who are very hostile to black people since they think black people are going to take over, and minorities, and immigrants. So just imagine what it can be like to go into a restaurant and you have persons who don't find favor with treating us fairly. We have to be careful where we eat. We do, if you understand the environment you're living in. Hostile environment. Can you imagine some of these persons, Jews will not replace us, persons who are up in Idaho dressed in this regalia, this military regalia? Can you imagine one of them being a physician? You've got to go into this office, you need help. Maybe you're going into the emergency room. It's a hostile environment. You can't appreciate it if you don't understand the consequences that can emanate from people who scream, Jews will not replace us, people who burn crosses, people who say that they are a part of a superior race. You don't think it's a hostile environment? Ask the ghost of the people who went into the Tops food store. Ask the ghost if it's a hostile environment. Went there to kill black people. You don't think it's a hostile environment? Ask the spirit of the people who were in the Walmart store in Texas. It's a hostile environment. Hostile if you understand and appreciate what's going on around you. I don't say it's hostile to the extent that we can't overcome it. I don't say it's hostile to the extent that we should simply surrender and throw up our hands. That's why we have H.R. 2543. And there are other aspects of it requiring transparency. We need to know who's integrating their business. Sometimes when people have to announce their circumstance, they change that condition. H.R. 2543 will provide a lot of transparency. This is needed when you're in a hostile environment. So I would say to you, my dear friends, that, as Brookings puts it, just how large and persistent are these racial wealth gaps? And Brookings has made it very clear that at least $17,150 for a black family in terms of wealth is about 1/10 of the $171,000 net worth of a white family. My hope is that we will remember yesterday as a moment in time that will hopefully accelerate the time that we will need to bring about a closing of this wealth gap. I think that what happened yesterday is a great step in that direction. It's not the last step. It's really not the first. There are other things that have been done, but it is a step in that direction. We need to close the wealth gap. And I pledge to do all that I can to close it. But I want to let you know that in doing all of these things and saying what I'm saying to you, explaining it in terms that many people find uncomfortable, I still say that I love my country. I still say I love my country. I still say I salute the flag. I'm not some person who hates America. I'm the guy who wants America to become America for all Americans. I want equality of opportunity. I want America to live up to its promise. So as I celebrate Juneteenth, I assure you, I will do the things that are customarily done in terms of the food and the drink and just having a great time celebrating freedom. But it does not mean that I'm going to forget the need for more work to be done. I have great respect for and appreciation for Mr. Hoyer. I can't tell you how much I appreciate and respect him. He has said things here on this floor that I appreciate with reference to discrimination. Others have said things too that I greatly appreciate. It's just that I've sort of built a relationship with him. And I appreciate his indicating that Slavery Remembrance Day is something that is on his agenda. I'm going to celebrate Juneteenth, but that doesn't mean that I won't commemorate August and Slavery Remembrance Day. That's a time of commemoration. So I'm going to enjoy Juneteenth, but remembering that there's still great work to be done. I remember as a child, my grandfather reminding me that I would have to be willing to make sacrifices that others would not have to make if I wanted to succeed in life in this country. Sacrifices that others wouldn't have to make. I assume that we all make the same sacrifices, but my grandfather taught me differently, that it's not the case. So while I celebrate, I still have some appreciation for the sacrifices that have been made and have to be made. I understand that we need the Maxine Waters of the world, who work hard to make sure that while she has the gavel, that the change that she can bring about will take place. And I appreciate the Sheila Jackson Lees of the world, who've worked hard to make Juneteenth a holiday. It's a holiday, and it's a time to celebrate. But I also think that we need another holiday to commemorate, because in Texas, there's a desire to not allow slavery to be taught, the history of African Americans as it relates to slavery to be taught in the schools. Can't teach it. if Texas has its way. Well, I celebrate and commemorate. I thank God for the opportunity to serve in this House, and I thank those persons who voted for the bill that we brought to the floor, H.R. 2543. I appreciate you, each of you, and I will be sending you a written thank you, but I didn't want too much time to pass without saying it to the world. I appreciate it. And I thank you for the time, Madam Speaker, and I now yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of the House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.